Doug, you ready? You ready to do this?
I don't know that I'm ready. I walked into the studio here. It was about 48 degrees.
It's a little brisk. I don't know where you are traveling in this morning. If you've been outside, it's an awfully pleasant day, unless you're in the studio here, Doug.
I'm brushing ice caps off the top of the computers.
It's a bit chilly in here. It must be set overnight to drop cool. We can't figure it out because we have the old school, old-fashioned. Mm-hmm. Maybe Seth and his gang at Design Air can come in here and take a look at this meter. Yeah. Because it's one of those little plastic things that Grandma had and would kind of split down the middle and break. And you thought it was really moving the temperature. So it doesn't look very scientific, yet overnight it drops to about 50.
If I had a memory that lasted more than like 24 hours, I'd remember to bring in a sweater or a jacket or something, but I can't. As soon as I leave here, I forget all about it.
Justin layers. I think our friends, and friends is the right word, not just coworkers, but friends on the fast lane, I think they like to keep it a little cooler in here.
So they set it, they walk out, and then we're done for the night.
Yeah.
So 12 hours later, we're all rolling in.
Yeah.
And we're paying for their comfort.
When they're on in the mid-late afternoon, I'm sure the sun comes through that window right there and warms the studio up
100%. 100%. And when they leave at 6 p.m., that door stays closed until I walk in here at 5:45 or whatever, meaning no air is left. So it's just in a soundproof studio, it's going to get pretty cold.
And you're wearing a heavy hoodie that you could probably go hiking in Colorado in October in. I would say.
I rarely go to an indoor location and don't have an option for a...
You're like Mr. Rogers. You just kept a sweater handy.
For some sort of outerwear in case of temperature, you know? I never want to be left without, the proper layers.
Attire. I think, Doug, you just keep a fleece somewhere in this hallway, somewhere in this building.
Fleece. Don't say fleece.
What?
I don't like the word fleece.
What's wrong? Isn't that the material that I'm talking about? A comfortable material?
I guess.
Like a North Face jacket.
Kind of the fuzzy stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, what's wrong with why do you hate fleece?
It's just a word. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's the word that should be used for that fabric.
Or why don't you keep a jacket somewhere in the building?
All right. I should, but I can't remember it.
So Doug's no good to us, but we're still going to be here till 11.
Not good at all.
TMA, the morning after, it's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim back next week. Arbor Day's been banned. That was a big development on Mondays. Does that mean I can't read his text, Doug? Is that how the banning works?
Not for another day. He got it for 2 days and 10% tariff, and he's been blocked.
It's a real thing. You can text into the show. The Air Comfort text line is 314-399-9646. 399-9646 if you like to have a name attached to your playful thoughts, your inquiry to the show, any text that you send. If you want to have a name or a name change, Jackson does that at the beginning of the month. Last week was a holiday. He was out Thursday, so you have until the end of this week to change your name or to add a name. There's still a lot of folks texting in the 314, the 636, if you want a specific name. Jackson will get to that. Phone lines, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, yesterday I said to load them up, and apparently people did.
Okay.
And then I looked in our system here to letting us know that somebody's on hold is Chairman Kurt will text me. So I noticed about 45 minutes after the fact that a couple of fellows were on hold.
Oh, really?
So I'll try and be more attentive today. Or you know what, Chairman, just scream. It is 2025, and we've got a lot of great technology, but this one seems to have eluded us. There's no board in front of me that says Steve is on hold. Bob is on hold. Mary Sue.
Is that how it used to be? There used to be a big board?
Oh, yeah, there's always. Hasn't that always been the case, Doug?
I believe it has
You look up and there's a board, and it'll say, Jeremy wants to talk rotation. And then you get him on and he says something smutty about Doug.
Right. It is at most stations you get that. This show has never worked at a station that had that. We were never that technologically advanced.
Well, you always get the guessing game. Invariably, what Frank would say. Okay, Bob, you're welcome. Welcome to the show. Yeah, hi, guys, it's Rob.
Sometimes the transcribing.
Hey, Nick, how are you? Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's Mick.
You did that the other day. He's called some guy Keith or Greg or something.
It was the guy in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But to be fair, we have like a Packer guy, a Illini guy. There's a couple of Wisconsin loyalists.
Yeah.
And I was conflating the two.
I would like to get some callers like the ones Francesca gets with the thick New York accents that hate everything and everybody. Those are the callers I would like to have phone into this show.
New Yorkers, call in 974-0101. It is the Callier and Thompson phone line. 314.
Carmine in Staten Island.
And the amount of callers to Francesa that are serious. 15%?
Well, yesterday we were celebrating Ringo Starr's birthday.
Yeah, we were.
And I want to throw it back real quick to Francesa, also celebrating his birthday.
Wow.
Oh, is he?
Several years ago. Take a listen.
All right, Richard in Teterboro starts us off. What's up, Richard?
Peace and love. It's Ringo Starr on my birthday. Hi,
All right, there's some moron. Lou in Astoria. What's up, Lou?
What if it was Ringo Starr? He just called him a moron.
On me birthday.
We celebrated Ringo Starr's birthday today. Doug, on the Stiefel dossier, we got a lot to celebrate. The Blues coach, Jim Montgomery. Monty, to kind of recap the week that was, busy week for the Blues. And he had a bit of a whirlwind. Comes in, takes over. And then they go on that heater to end the season. Monty joins us at about 9 o'clock. QFM. Questions for Monty if you want to text in. We'll get to those. Uncle Rich Gould. And the reason this came up, Doug, last week in the middle of the show on the text line, somebody said Rich is getting his new pool.
No.
He had complained that the tornado broke his pool, which I had never heard of a tornado breaking
No,
someone.
it would actually have to go down there and rip the concrete out?
He sent me a picture, and his concrete was split down the middle.
Really?
And he was just heartbroken. I saw him at the Brian McKernan Day. And I'm like, Rich, what's going on, buddy? He said, well, my pool's broke, and I'm not happy. So last week, a texter said he's getting a new pool. He sends me a video.
Good for him.
And it was somehow like a mold design that was built to drop right into the hole that existed. Mm-hmm. So he sends this video, and there's a crane with a giant pool swinging over his house.
I've seen that in my neighborhood, too.
Landing in the backyard.
Yeah.
So we'll talk pools, Philadelphia Eagles, maybe some Cardinal stories. Uncle Rich on the show. And, of course, everyone gets involved, Doug. That's what we love about this show.
Okay.
David, how about a little Popeye's chicken? That good for your golf swing?
Sure.
Maybe we need a pool sponsor so we could all get a new pool.
Get a new pool. Okay.
I've never had a pool.
Never had a pool.
Sure, you guys have pools, yeah.
No.
I had one in my backyard as a kid.
Yeah. Well,
Pretty
There
awesome.
it is.
must be
But
nice.
it's
God, if you're in Ladue and you don't have a pool, Doug, you probably don't tell anybody.
I wouldn't think
A
so.
lot of upkeep. A lot of
It
upkeep.
is.
I
I got to
imagine
tell you,
this.
we have a pool. I never did till I got married, moved west. It's a lot of
Westward
work.
expansion.
It's a lot of work.
A lot of skimming with that net.
Oh.
Chlorine, couple times a day.
Frogs get in there.
Every
Oh, and the
animal
old-
you can think
in the
of.
basket.
Oh,
It's always a shrew in there that may be dead, may not be dead. Oh, yeah.
You talked to, what was it, last week about you saw a squirrel
Dead squirrel.
flat as a board, stiff as a board.
Just in the backyard.
yeah, well, that's like every
That's
day.
also in the pool.
Oh,
Aren't
yeah.
you supposed to give them something to climb out now?
They do that?
Yeah,
Like
they
what?
have little things that you can put on the edge of the pool. So if a squirrel or raccoon or something gets in there, they can easily climb back out.
We never had. That technology
I'm
wasn't
not that
around.
worried about the squirrel. Just get out of my skimmer
Well, you don't want a
basket.
squirrel decaying
Well,
in your
that's
pool.
No,
true.
you do not.
Well, that's the maintenance that Jackson's talking about. That's why Sharon has a pool boy, I believe, that texts into the show.
Yeah. Now they make those saltwater pools, though, that you don't have to put as much or any chlorine in.
Think it's healthier, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's just easier.
We'll take your pool calls. Doug at 707, the text just says, Mo is a clown. 707, that's from Man Love, texting into the show. And it's important that I read the names because they are the stars of the show. I love Doug's tariffs. That's from Curb.
Oh, okay.
From Curb Stomp.
I'm trying to dish
And then
out another one today.
You see
if I
what's
have
at
to.
704? There's a guy named Arbor Day, but I can't. You're telling me I can't read it, is what you're telling
No,
me.
he's been suspended.
Okay.
He was vile. And there's a price to pay for that.
Ironhead. Good morning, boys. I wish I was in a 48-degree temperature booth. Instead, I'm out here slaving in this heat and humidity. It's a little pleasant this morning. The heat and humidity's coming.
Yeah, it's pretty humid in the morning here.
Okay. Guys, it's raining here on Gravois.
It
It
is?
says the Gravois Arm. Oh, he's down at, this is Kevin
Lake
at the
of the
lake.
Ozarks.
Is there a Gravois Arm?
Yes, in
I
Lake
didn't
of the
know that.
Ozarks there is.
Wow. What do they got, a Hodax or something? What's on the Gravois Arm? Of
I think my
Lake of-
parents used to live in that area.
In the Gravois Arm?
I think so. It's just an arm of the lake.
Mo's Hidden Gem says, good morning, gents. Traffic is light, and you all doing a great job.
Well, thanks.
Where's Tim? A good sign that you are old and senile. You start banning secular holidays that are texting you. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I accidentally read that. That was from Flag Day. That wasn't from anybody banned, Doug. That was sent in by Flag Day.
Okay.
Why don't you guys get Microsoft Teams? That's from Fancy Mayonnaise.
What does that have to do with anything?
Us communicating other
for
than texting who's on hold.
Yeah. I was
It
thinking
is
like
odd. This is a great operation. Hubbard runs a great radio station. We've been a part of some really bad ones. This is a great operation. I am surprised there isn't a board that says who's on hold.
But I will say that like a phone call, like having the alert on your phone, if your phone is up, your screen is looking at you, and you get the alert that someone's on hold, that grabs your attention for me more than like a board that's always up and then a caller gets thrown on there. Like I would just kind of miss that.
But the board is kind of dedicated to line 1, line 2, line 3.
What about like a sandwich board? You ever seen like a sandwich board?
A guy walking around with a sandwich board like he's picketing or something?
Yeah.
I would like that.
And that shows you the call, like Chairman wears a sandwich board.
I would probably notice that. Text to my phone, don't notice. Morning, guys. Hope the day treats you well. That's from Lisa in the 618. I think that's the Lisa who would like Skip Schumacher to be the manager of the Cardinals instead of Ollie Marmol. But here we are with the Nationals coming to town. Their manager is Miguel Cairo, who played 250-some-odd games with the Cardinals. I remember him being here, but I don't really remember a lot. He had a big pinch hit in 2002. Producer Dave found this last night. I did not remember that. So the Nats are going to have a little Miguel Cairo bump. Doug, look out for that.
He was a utility guy for the Cardinals.
Played 17 years in the big leagues.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
That was me last night. We had video of Miguel Cairo, and producer Dave said, I found some video of him. He had a big hit in the 0-2 series. Do you remember that? I said, no, I do not. But it was at the Old Bush. So welcome home. A true son, Miguel Cairo, and the Nationals. There's been a rotation change. Doug, you said on Monday, boy, if they don't change things, I'm going to go crazy.
Oh, sure.
You can't just keep doing the same thing. And the Cardinals sent out a text, a media alert, that the rotation's been changed.
Okay.
Sonny Gray will pitch tonight.
Yeah.
Instead of tomorrow. So if you think about it now, your best pitcher will pitch twice before the All-Star break. Seems to make sense.
Yeah, it does.
They did list Miles Michaelis as your pitcher on Thursday. My suspicion is today, down there when the media arrives, they'll address the Fedde situation. It'll either be the fake injury. Yeah, he's really been battling some stuff. There was a little bit of a tightness in his elbow, or was it his forearm? I forget. Actually, it was his calf. I forget. But he just needs a little break right now.
Right.
And so we'll get McGreevy up here over the weekend. And we'll go from there. So everything's fine.
Well, they got 6 home games here now before the break against 2 teams that are struggling. Washington really in the dumper. So between Washington and the Braves, it sure would be nice to get about 4 wins out of that and go into the break somewhat on an upswing, positive note. Because if they tank it here now, having already lost, 5 out of the last 6, that would really set a bad tone, I think, for the
even 500 feels, okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good enough.
But you'd still, I bet a 3-3 homestand, as disappointing as that sounds, I bet you anything you'd be at the All-Star break saying, well, only a couple games out of that third wild card, Doug.
Sure.
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
So Sonny Gray didn't pitch against the Cubs. We still haven't figured that out. We asked Brad Thompson last week. I guess we could ask the Cardinals themselves. And it was speculated that they didn't want to move him around. He's very much about his routine. And yet he was scheduled to pitch Wednesday, so now they've thrown him for a loop. He's pitching tonight, so I'm a little concerned about the start. Sonny Gray tonight, Palante Wednesday, all night games, Tuesday through Thursday, Nats in town. And then Michael is scheduled to pitch on Thursday. And I'm guessing their theory is we're not going to upend the whole rotation. We're only going to make one change with McGreevy in for Fedde, but I don't know how you can roll Michaelis out there on Thursday with a straight face, but I think they will.
Unless they just think they don't have anybody else. Got nobody better.
What about Gordon Graceffa? I mean, what about the young guy? Just throw it out there. Even though we're one of the oldest teams in baseball, we're having a young
We're going to tell everyone how young they are. That must be it, is that they don't have anyone that they would trust more than Michaelis. Which
But
is
on
not
Monday,
a really good sign.
They did bump up J.J. Weatherholt, who is one of the top prospects, 7th overall pick last year. He's now in Memphis, less than a year after being drafted. Now, he's a college guy, so he's not right out of high school, so they should be a little more ready-made. But he is the first draft pick to get to AAA in less than a year since?
Jordan Walker?
No.
First Cardinal draft pick to make it to
Like
AAA.
in less than a year. So like you get drafted, let's say June-ish, and before it's a year later, you're already into AAA.
Pitcher or position player?
Both. But the last one was a pitcher.
Okay.
2013.
When?
Michael Wacha.
Oh, wow.
It's the first time. So it tells you this doesn't happen very often, which is great. The last position player to do that in less than a year. Drafted, gets to AAA. Brett Wallace.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Is he in the holiday trade?
He was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Out of Arizona State.
Arkansas,
maybe?
Arizona State, one of those kind of A's. Yeah.
Big left-handed
Those
hitter
kind of A's.
with almost zero defensive ability.
Did they want him to switch positions, Doug?
Yeah. I think he was originally an outfielder, or was it first base? And they were talking about maybe we'll make a third baseman out of him. And I happened to be there at Busch Stadium the night that they started hitting him ground balls at third before the game. And Tony La Russa was right there watching him. And after about 5 minutes, La Russa just turned around with like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, he looked like kind of an average high school third baseman trying to play major league third base. You could just tell immediately,
Yeah.
not going to work.
And that's not really a position you can kind of hide your.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And so it began.
Yep.
That was 2008. He was the 13th overall pick, Cardinals' 13th overall pick, 2008, out of Arizona State. Doug, I think you nailed that. And he was in the Matt Holliday trade.
Yeah, they had big hopes. They thought he was going to be a big hitter, but he wasn't.
Played for the Astros and Padres. I always got him mixed up with Zach Cox. Remember, that was another guy that was like a second base, third base. Fun with facts.
Yeah.
J.J. Weatherholt now in Memphis. He was in 300 down in Springfield. The question is, did the Cardinals do that on Monday just to kind of shift the conversation? At Rams Park, they always called it Fisher's Monday diversion. They would lose 40-10, and on Monday he'd fire like the tight ends coach, or he would say something about Seattle's quarterback or Pittsburgh's safety, whoever like popped off or had a cheap shot on Sunday. He would make it a big story on Monday.
Yeah.
And then on the coach's show, like, hey, Coach Fisher's here. We're going to get to that 40-10 loss, but let's talk about what's going on with you and the Steelers' safety. A little war of words. Well, he was out of line. And then we would spend 10 minutes on that, Doug. And if time would allow, we would break down the latest atrocious game at the Dome. That's sort of how it works. Do you think it was a Monday diversionary tactic?
By the Cardinals?
Yes.
Oh,
Or the Rams?
Probably not. The Rams probably.
They're
not losers.
Probably not. I wonder whether,
I do think Fisher did it on purpose.
I wonder where they're grooming Weatherholt to play, because Wynn's certainly got shortstop nailed down in the near future.
He's playing
Third base,
second.
maybe?
They're playing him at second a third of the time down there in Double-A. So second or short. I think eventually, if Arenado is retiring at some point here or, moving on, maybe he could play third. But
Yeah, there's got to be a place for Donovan.
Gorman, JC.
got his eye back.
Got to get
third
Hampson in
base.
there somewhere.
And Hampson.
Yeah, you kind of build a squad around Hampson, and you go from there.
I wonder if he even looks at the lineup and says, oh, boy, this
He's probably like, boy, I'm playing a lot.
boy, they really like me.
I just got cut and told I was done. Now I'm a starter for the Cardinals.
play every day.
We're getting a lot of texts about pools and bird cages that you can put around the pool, Doug. They do that down
Bird
there.
cages?
Well, that's what they call it, I guess, in Florida.
They're all over Florida, to keep the
Okay.
bugs and everything out of
That
it.
makes sense.
Get yourself a bird cage. And then Sharon's Ladue pool boy is texted in. Sharon and I have a frog ladder in our pool. Now he's saying our. If you're the pool boy, can you say our pool?
If you get full privilege, like to the
Full
pool.
privilege.
If you get full privileges, like once you're done cleaning it, you can go take a dip. It's much of your pool as anyone else's.
When I lived in Florida, every now and then there would be a story about how some homeowner got up in the morning and discovered an alligator swimming the backstroke in their pool.
It was a backstroke with those little
Just
arms.
lounging around. Yeah.
Sure. But now they're all screened in, all those pools and
Most
stuff.
of them seem to be, yeah.
For that reason, so that you don't have a dinosaur swimming in your,
Yeah.
well-kept pool, messing up the pH levels.
Can I get a lickety split from Doug? It would sure make my day. That's from Joe Buck's Plugs.
Lickety split.
Lickety split. Are you known for your lickety splits?
Well, I didn't know that I was.
Banana
I'll
split.
try to work one
You probably
out.
have a banana split.
I haven't had a banana split in years.
Seems like an antiquated ice cream dish.
Yeah. It's just ice cream and a banana cut in half?
Well, no, you
Is that
split
the
the
end of it?
banana. There's a lot of whipped cream in there.
Sure, it's like an
You
ice
guys
cream
crapping
sundae.
on a banana split?
I guess it's good. It's just, I don't know why you need the banana if you
Because
got
it's
ice
healthy,
cream.
Doug. You're all about nutrition. Get a little banana in there with your ice cream.
It just seems like mush on mush.
Like an odd
Yeah,
combo.
it does seems like you're just kind of the same texture.
What
When
if
was
I
the
heat up that banana for you? You like hot fruit?
I want to ask Uncle Rich when was the last time he had a banana split?
I'll bet you it's like a week ago.
He seems like a banana split guy.
QFRG, questions for Rich Gould. Text in. All right, so we now have QFM, your questions for Monty, and QF, I'm going to switch it to UR. QFUR for Uncle Rich. Questions for Uncle Rich. Hey, Doug, can I come by the studio and see you? How about I swing by?
No.
No.
That's from Dr. Can I say that name? I don't know if you can say that.
Is that DMB?
Yes.
Yeah. I might have to change that one.
Ernie Bjorkman, guys, just turn the skeleton back on. I guess that's a shot, Doug. They would
yes.
prefer to hear that.
They'd rather hear shows from 6-7 years ago.
We got to break down this Hampson situation.
Tad from Tennessee, if I was there, I'd keep you warm, Doug. That's from Tad from Tennessee.
With a fleece would be nice.
No.
Is Jackson going through menopause, can't handle the cold? You didn't really complain about the cold.
No,
You just say you
I don't
prepare
complain.
for the studio.
I always bring layers. I have a little booth that I do all my production stuff, and I keep a lot of stuff in there.
You got a little closet for yourself.
Basically, yeah. A couple hoodies, fleeces, and such.
Doug, just keep one coat here. That's all you need.
I can't remember to.
If you bring in a coat, you can keep it in my booth.
Oh, I could.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Doug, how's about I come down there and bring you a coat?
No.
Jackson, you should throw a pool party for the listeners.
No longer have the pool.
Great idea, though.
Yeah. The pool is no longer in use, or it's non-existent anymore.
Raccoons can swim and drown animals. True facts. That's from the plumber.
Really?
So it takes down other animals
Why
with
would
it?
they?
Raccoons?
Raccoons are herbivores, right?
They eat a lot of trash. I have to imagine like some beef jerky gets up in there.
But, I mean, they don't eat other animals, do they? Would a raccoon eat a mouse or something?
No, I mean, they're like, isn't there like a vulture where they eat dead things? Like they might eat a dead animal, maybe. I don't know.
Now, we'll have Claves calling to talk about the honey badger.
I don't know enough about raccoons. Don't quote me on that.
You guys sitting there talking about pools. Well, I've got a bologna sandwich for lunch in my lunchbox.
Yeah,
I like a good bologna sandwich.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Underrated.
Really?
Or you-
Chairman scoffed at that like I've never seen him
What,
scoff
at the bologna
before.
sandwich?
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt, what's wrong with bologna? It's terribly unhealthy, but it's tasty.
I'd rather starve to death.
Would you?
It's like a giant sliced hot dog.
Yeah, what part of the animal is bologna
Doesn't
exactly?
matter.
You don't want to know the answer
It's
to that.
entrails and...
Probably.
Guts.
Jackson, my theory is that Kurt is anti-bologna because of all of his teaching days. And the kids
bring in
all
bologna.
brought up. Everybody.
Actually, it might come down. I think the last time I was presented one, I was in St. Louis County lockup.
Oh, I beg your pardon?
And I
Took a
think
turn.
I was
Okay.
given a bologna and cheese sandwich in the wee hours of the morning, and I gave it to somebody else that was in there, made
Yeah.
a friend.
Didn't look very appetizing at that
No.
time.
Bologna is a sausage made from finely ground meat, fat, and spices, typically emulsified mixture of pork, beef, and or chicken, water, pickling spices, sugar, and a curing agent to roll.
Okay, all right, now it sounds terrible, Doug. Now you just ruined. Who was
telling
that?
us how the sausage was made there.
Chairman, you used to be in the barbecue space. Isn't it real popular, like the smoked bologna?
Yeah.
Like the chubs, the bologna chubs, and you smoke that?
Salt and Smoke does. Some
Yeah,
good
that's right.
bologna.
I like their bologna. Yeah, it seems like overhandling the smoking of it, but
Parts
you know
of the
what?
heart
I'm
and
into it.
liver are also used in bologna.
Braunschweiger, I'm out on that.
Yeah, me too.
Head cheese. You ever seen head
Oh,
cheese?
no, that's okay. I'm out.
How about tongue? Have you seen
Had
the
tongue. I've had tongue.
Oh, and it's
that
got little
off.
bits of hair on it and everything.
It's not just like fried, like a fried raw tongue.
I saw it in the grocery store once. Looked like they just ripped the tongue right out of the cow and just put the label, slapped it right in the box.
Who sees that and says, boy, we could have a filet, we could have a burger, or, honey, what do you say we just have tongue?
Tongue's not bad.
Even worse than that is snoot.
I've never had that.
Sandwich?
No, I've never had that.
You're going to eat the pig's nose?
I've seen chicken feet and pig's feet. Not into that either.
Snoot.
Snoot I'm out on.
They sell snoot sandwiches. That sounds like what our prehistoric ancestors might have eaten some snoot. We don't have to do that.
But the pig's feet is always behind the bar. You're in like a really small little town. They've got like an old pinball machine, and it looks like it's been sitting in formaldehyde for about 20 years.
Yeah.
And you know what? How many drinks do you have? Like, I wouldn't mind having little pig's feet to wash this all down.
That and a pickled egg. It seems like some real old school drinking snacks.
I do a little shopping down on Cherokee Street. There's a grocery store I like to go to down there.
Yeah.
And they got the feet, the snouts. They got it all.
Oh, is that why you're down there? Just to get that stuff?
No, I've never actually purchased it, but it's there if I want it.
Hold on, Kurt. Are you now texting the show to tell me who's on hold?
Well, I figured you might have a better chance to see that
Is
than your
Pestis
actual
on
phone.
hold?
Yeah.
Pestis is on hold.
I was going to pass you a note, just come up and slide you a note.
That's not unlike Larry Nickel passive aggressively texting into the show. That's
There
time
was
for
a
the
hint of
WWE
passive
recap.
aggressiveness to it, if I'm being frank.
I'm going through the text line at 713 KG in O-Town. Texted the show to say Pestis. Pestis, welcome into the show. We need some Cardinal encouragement. What are you offering down there? And you're near that 55 highway, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm right off of 55 highway.
Okay, we're looking for Michael McGreevy, last seen in Memphis.
He'll be here by the middle of next week,
Middle of next week's not going to
right
do me
after
much
the
good.
All-Star.
Oh, don't
right
say
after the
that.
All-Star break.
Okay.
No, that's disappointing.
Well, so what's new with you?
Well, there's not much new with me except that I've lost your email address again.
Oh, no. Hold on. This is now, I think this might be a
But
Francesa
I got a
ass
cure for
bit.
this time. I got a cure for it this time.
What is it?
I'm pretty sure you can see my telephone number. Correct on that?
No, sir.
No, we cannot.
You cannot.
Kurt, is that true?
Yeah, I got a name, but I don't have a number, Pestis.
So your name pops up.
Oh boy! 'Cause I was going to give you the. Tell you to send me a text message.
Okay, well, the
Yeah,
email,
but
the
Get it
email
out on the air. It'll be fine.
is this, what could go wrong? Is the email you're seeking for the email of the day?
Yes.
The Morning After at InsideSTL.com.
Yeah, don't even the name of the show is The Morning After, so you know that. And just remember InsideSTL.com, and then you
You're
got
halfway home.
Yeah.
The morning after Inside STL
Well, at Inside.
.com.
At.
Yeah.
at Inside STL,
Yeah.
and then the rest of it I got that.
Pestis, I'm starting to think you're doing a bit. I'm just starting to think you might be doing a bit on this email.
Oh no, I'm not doing that, gentlemen. Believe me, the medications I got me on is so screwed up. I think I'm in outer space at times.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But
Okay.
here's my. So, Jackson, you do have my name changed from my telephone number, correct on that?
I'm sorry, Jackson?
So when I text in, you were able to see my name.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Doug, here we go.
Okay.
Okay, it's Tuesday.
Right.
Now, we got to put the weekend and the past week behind us.
Okay.
We're good. Nationals are coming in. We can beat up on them real good. Then we got Atlanta. We can beat up on them real good. The Cubs are playing the Minnesota Twins. The Twins. So, Twins can beat up on the Cubs.
That's a toughie.
And here's the other thing. No matter what, we have to believe. We just have to have faith in St. Louis.
In the whole town?
Cardinals will get over this.
Okay.
They will live.
All right.
Cubs will die,
I feel better.
and we'll be happy come September.
You think the Cardinals can catch the Cubs, or would a wild card spot be more realistic?
No, I think the Cardinals can actually pass the Cubs.
Oh.
Okay. They're currently 18 games over 500. The Cubs are.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
But here's the thing you got to remember.
All right.
Who in the hell have the Cubs played this year so far?
Same teams the Cardinals have played.
No, they have not.
Well, are they playing in some other league?
They played 7 games
No,
against
they're
the
playing the
Cardinals.
same. Well, they're in the same league, but they're playing on
Okay.
a different scheduling and everything where they're playing easier teams.
Maybe in this town soft.
All right, now we're going to KG, if you could look up strength of schedule.
Hey, Pestis, what are your thoughts on bologna?
It's fair.
Bologna. I've had it. I love it with cheese and mayonnaise on it.
Oh, do you?
Okay, but here, I'm going to make y'all stop eating for a while.
Okay.
You were talking about dead things in a pool.
Yeah.
Always a great
I
segment.
used to work for a swimming pool company out off of Manchester Road.
Oh, is that right?
No names, please.
And we cleaned out swimming pools come the springtime.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the worst one you'll ever want to come across.
Snake.
No, a full-size deer in a pool bloated.
Oh.
What's that have to do with
And
bologna?
you have to drain the pool, and then you've got to go down there with tarps and nets and everything and fish all of that junk out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to acid wash the pool, chlorine the pool, and get it back. It takes about a week after that to get your pool back.
Huh. So the deer fell in the pool and drowned?
Yeah, he fell in the pool and drowned. He was under cover for the winter. And all of his body was there. He couldn't get out or anything. And he just bloated up and died in the pool over the winter. And he was, oh God.
Well, that's
awful.
a nice thought.
Pestis, do you believe that the people should have a voice?
People should have a voice in everything that they do.
Okay.
Or else you wouldn't have
the people
a
have asked
United
that you hang
States
up.
of America.
If I'm being honest, I'm not trying to be mean, but the text line is asking us to move on. So I don't know, Doug. What do you do in that situation?
I don't know. We just,
But 30 minutes ago, you guys were
Doug.
chatting about iced tea.
I like iced tea.
Doug, here's what you do.
Okay.
You just tell me to get the hell off the line and I'm gone.
No, well, we always appreciate your call, but we have to keep it somewhat brief because we have other people who'd like to call as well.
Except nobody else is on
I
hold.
appreciate that and I understand, and I'm out of here.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Festus. Oh.
Can I get the Elliot Davis version of the buzzer? Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. If I could just one more.
There's no effort to turn it off.
Why do you suppose we don't put the bird cages around pools here like they do in Florida?
That's a great
to keep
question,
deer and other animals out of there.
Lack alligators, I assume.
Lack of alligators.
I mean, being honest, I did a pool in the backyard for a long time. We never had a deer in there.
I know. I imagine that's rare.
That's a rare one.
But you probably had rabbits and
everything,
squirrels.
literally
and
everything else. Yeah,
you
everything
just soon
else.
not have them there and then have to do the constant cleaning.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a significant expense to put up a cage around it.
Yeah, it is. And you want, like, if you're not having a heated pool, you want all the sunshine you can get in there to warm it up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be swimming in a pretty cold pool.
All right.
Why so mean to Pestis? That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Well, just having, a little fun.
Fun banter.
Right.
The texters, not real supportive of any callers, especially that one.
Yeah.
Get the hell off the line. This is awful. Eject. Thanks for the read, Mr. Martin. You don't have to say my name. It's okay. Free perk. That's from Brian Hinchin, who's the #1 Asian intern on this show. This phone call just gave me dementia.
Oh.
Which is good because I'll forget about it. That's from Lil Beercats. Pestis, do you want to drink some of that chlorine? Now, see, that's not nice.
That's just not nice.
No.
Gosh, wrong.
There's a hang up on him. Pestis is the bestest. Aren't you guys overdue for a break? Make sure to tell Festus it's at, not AT.
Maybe that's been the issue the whole time.
I think that might, zero chance you'll be getting an email from her. Great discussion while I'm trying to eat my McDonald's burrito. So, guys, about the bologna. All right, I'm out. Text me when Tim is back. Just don't press push. Cardinals have played 49 games versus teams above 500. The Cubs have played 52 against teams above 500. But that's not important. If you just don't think about it, it makes sense.
They've actually played a tougher schedule then.
Slow news day, eh? That's from Clark W. Griswold.
Well, it is kind of.
How did he clean pools when he's blind? I think he's clarified for us.
Yeah.
He had vision and now has severe vision issues. I think that's fair. I don't have time to read all these, Doug. A lot of Bleach references, a lot that are not even as pleasant as that.
Well, you don't have to read them all.
No, I just like this. It's nice when they're funny, but if they're just flat out mean.
Yeah.
Let's move on. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. A busy Stiefel dossier. Uncle Rich Gould, he'll have some pool thoughts.
Okay.
That's how we started this whole conversation.
See what he's caught in his pool.
Local legend, Rich Gould, 8 o'clock. The Blues head coach, Jim Montgomery, coming your way at 9. That's your Stiefel dossier here. You can also be part of the show, not just on the text line, presented by Air Comfort, but also in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, what are they saying? Oh, it's not even up on the board. Oh, got to get that up on the board so that Doug can monitor.
It's right there.
I got a speaker between me and there is.
Jake in St. John, that was horrible. I put too much salt on my McDonald's Sammy. You see that, Doug?
Oh, if you're going to McDonald's for a sandwich and putting salt on it, you're living life wrong.
Putting the hat on the hat a little bit.
John scores. Cubs just have a better team, but if you make the playoffs, anything can happen. There's the rallying cry for this Tuesday here in St. Louis, Mo. Brown and Crouppen brings you TMA right here on 101 ESPN.
Aestheticdesignandbuild.com is where you want to go if you want to set yourself up for the warm weather we now have in the St. Louis area. That's Dan and his team with their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They can take care of your outdoor living space with customized work, such as a full-on custom deck. If you want to add on a pergola, or you're starting to see more and more of these people adding on by adding shade to your covered patio with retractable screens. That's what they can do for you at Aesthetic Design and Build. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Check out their showroom and let their expert team walk you through all of the different outdoor solutions they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
They gotta keep the young ones in there. Play them every day. Show you're sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. Hey, young Grid.
Weren't they supposed to be in first place by mid-July? Wasn't that part of the lyric?
We got a week and change until it's mid-July.
Yeah, boy.
I said the Cubs are 18 games over 500, and there's a texter disputing that. I've had this debate before. They say they're really only 9 games over because if you win those 9, you have 18 more wins than losses. Are you 18? I think the accepted format, 54 and 36. What would you say, Jackson
They're
Burkett?
18 games over 500.
How are they arguing that again?
That it's 18 more wins, but you're really 9 over 500. Because if those 9 had gone the other way, you'd be 500.
Right.
Right?
But they didn't.
Does it hurt your brain?
But if they lost 9 in a row, they'd still be 9 games over 500.
And the 500 is figured based on total number of games.
I think
that just broke my brain.
I know, it'll break your brain. Go back to all these texts about eating fried bologna is fine, but regular bologna is not. Other people debating whether the raccoons are omnivores or carnivores. A lot of texts just say you're idiots.
Yep.
And Minute Bowl Eligible had a great Uncle Rich line that I think sums up this show as well as the Fan Show. When I wrote for the Post-Dispatch, I wrote a piece about the Fan Show. I still remember Rich's final quote that ended the piece from Uncle Rich Gould, about the Fan Show. This is going to sound strange, but to tell you the truth, once the show starts, I don't know what the hell's going on. I think this show may have a little bit of a lineage, Doug.
think so.
23andMe. If you go to TMA and go back, the Fan Show, there may be a bit of an overlap.
Okay. It's in our genes. Could have been some crossbreeding there among sportscasters.
Strode family game night. Can you imagine that?
Strode. Ken Rosenthal has chimed in on the Cardinals, their mindset ahead of the deadline. I hope we're not saying buyers and sellers because the Cardinals are not going to be buyers. And if they sell, maybe what would you qualify as a major move? Trading Hells at this point, people would almost half expect. It's been talked about so much.
I wouldn't think that'd be a major move.
Right.
It would send the signal that they don't think they're going to be a playoff team.
Correct. Ken Rosenthal with The Athletic, also Fox Sports. And no longer MLB Network. Got sideways with that Rob Manfred. Then he was bounced. Remember that? He was pretty public about it, too. Here's Ken Rosenthal.
All right, hit the lever pail.
This one comes from Elvis Santoya, who asked, it's becoming evident the St. Louis Cardinals are going to be competitive leading to the trade deadline. Do you think they will trade anyone of value? And if they do, how will the fans react? Elvis, I'm not so sure that the Cardinals are going to be competitive leading to the trade deadline based on the performance of their rotation in Chicago this weekend. And as I was talking about, I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, you got to wait. Wait until the end to see where these teams are. Wait until the end of July, and then they will decide what they're going to do. The Cardinals right now are not in a position to say we're buyers. They're not in a position to say we're sellers, though I would suggest they're leaning toward the latter. This is not a team that's going to go to the World Series in John Mozeliak's last year of president of baseball operations.
Base hit.
So Ken was taking texts, call. I wish Pestis had written into Kenny Rosenthal. Hey, Ken, what's that email address? Yeah, I think the Cardinal take by the pundits, hey, it was a nice little surprise. They're better than people thought. Are they true contenders? I think that's...
Yeah.
Doug would argue, and I think Tim would even argue, that if you have this format, you never know.
Yeah.
But I think you...
Well, what he said was true about waiting till the end of July. They've got, 20 games still to play before the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. So they could be 11 games out, or they could be 2 or 3 games out. So the true call can't be made until then, I suppose. Like I said, if I were them, I would still go for it. Still try to get in the wild card. Just because there's never any guarantee that just because you tanked it and made some trades, we'll be a lot better next year now. No, maybe you will. Maybe you'll be even worse. So I would hang in there as long as they're above 500 and within shouting distance of the wild card. I wouldn't cash it in.
And what are the trade chips that you control meaning Sonny Gray, you don't control because he said he wanted to be here. Maybe he would change his mind at the deadline if it was a great team interested. Contreras has said he doesn't want to go. Arenado, if there's interest, he controls that. So there isn't a whole lot. When people say buying and selling, there isn't a whole lot. Early on, we mentioned Erick Fedde as having potentially some value. I think that's played out. We have Jackson's Colossal Cardinal question. This is in 7-3. Mm-hmm. If you need to test this out in a practical stance.
Well, there's a question before that.
Oh, I thought that was Blues related. Okay. No. Do you think the Blues and Cardinals are held to the same standard in St. Louis? That's a good question. If not, then why? I think the Blues, for years, I've always felt, had kind of the pat on the back. They'd lose in the pub. Well, that's okay, boys. Go get them next year. Cardinal fans would be all right. Fire everybody. There is a different standard, and I'm not sure why. Is it just because the fan base, by definition, is more supportive, like the diehards, and they're just kind of on, like everything Doug Armstrong, oh, that sounds good, Army. He'll come out and say, we're not going to make the playoffs for the next 2 years. And Blues fans say, okay, sounds good.
Right.
The Cardinals say they're like, sell the team. There is a different standard, and I've seen it for years, and I'm not entirely sure why.
I think it's because the Cardinals are seen as one of the marquee franchises in all of baseball. All the championships that they have won, they are usually contenders. They've been contenders more often than not, and so expectations are higher for the Cardinals, and the Blues are always a little team that could. Maybe we're going to make it, maybe not. Doggone it, we sure tried hard.
Yeah.
They've only won one time, and so fans just cut them more slack, I think.
I think there's also a familiarity more so with baseball than hockey. I think a lot of people who love the Cardinals and watch them every day at one point in their life played baseball or still play in a softball league of some kind, are very invested in the strategy of baseball, whereas hockey, they might not have ever played the sport. And, you know, they put more trust in those who have than maybe, say, baseball, where everyone kind of can feel like, yeah, I could manage this ball club. You know, I could make pitching changes. My ideas are pretty bright.
Like the typical Cardinal fan right now has a lineup idea for tonight.
Sure. I mean,
the average sports fan in St. Louis is probably not saying, you know what, I think I'd move him to the third line. I'd write him on the fourth.
I've got a new breakout strategy for 5-on-5.
Yeah. Right. I think that could be part of it, but I think the historical element of the Cardinals is a major.
But you see in New York, people still get on the Yankees all the time. I mean, how much more do they have to win?
Right.
You just get used to a team winning, and when they don't, then you say, what's going on?
Right.
Or is there just greater scrutiny? I also had this thought about Cardinal prospects because we talk about them all the time, especially the last 10 years. And this is more of a Jackson clearing the deck, dossier-type deep dive at some point. Do you think Cardinal prospects get analyzed more than many baseball teams because they don't sign prominent free agents? So you're always, well, who do we got? If you're not going out and signing marquee big names, then you're always pointing to a prospect as a pseudo big name, even though they haven't done it yet. Put that in a future clearing the deck.
All right. I like that.
Doug, that was Jackson's Colossal Cardinal question.
For that, I think people here are just so into the Cardinals and have been. I mean, we argue about the lineups every night and who should play second against the left-handed pitcher or not. And so the young guys coming up, we're just into that too as a fan base, into everything Cardinals. It has been for many, many years.
You're talking about evaluating, discussing prospects.
Right.
I just feel like it's been heightened in recent years because they've been less active. And that puts more pressure, in a sense, too, on the Walkers. He has to deliver. Gorman has to deliver.
Yeah. Colby Rasmus years before him.
Yeah, when you had Roland Edmonds, we'd talk about Colby Rasmus is coming along. There were guys who were hyped, but it feels like now it's more magnified because it's almost like they have to deliver. Chew on that, Doug.
Oh, I'm chewing.
And then text in on the Air Comfort text line, which is 399-9646. 314-399-9646. Phone lines brought to you by Collier and Thompson. 314-974-0101. If you don't know the email address, then just call in every day and ask us. You can do that. We also have the YouTube chat going on. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Lead off Pozo is what Adam Welly says. What do you think, Doug? Lead off, but why not? Little power right out of the gate.
Yeah.
If Ohtani can lead off, why not Pozo?
Sure.
Goldie's been leading off in New York. Tim is out. Doug, I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah,
the audience is aware of that, but Tim's always here in spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim is always here in spirit.
I thought you were giving me a look like, let's go to Tim on tape.
Well, we absolutely can. You can tell us about our friends at 100 West Dental.
100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com, and you can find them on Manchester, in Baldwin, or by calling 636-585-0100. Dental health impacts the rest of your body's health, so getting checked up is incredibly important, and you can get into 100 West Dental with no phone call. Just go online at 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, then you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com.
Okay, I'll go.
That was dramatic.
All right.
I think the Cardinals do their fair share of pumping up their bigger, well-known prospects more than most teams do, and they've been doing it for years. My guess is because they know that all that hype is good for the brand.
But is it the Cardinals or is it the media doing that for them?
They put it out there, and then the media takes it and runs with it.
Right.
Well, I think they pump up guys. Don't clip that off.
But they can't do it unless the media goes
Takes
along with them.
Was Manny Ibar the most overhyped prospect in Redbirds history?
No.
Okay. Somebody else.
No would be the answer to that.
Doug's prison wallet. Still waiting for Paul Coleman to break into the big leagues. I remember Jim Lindemann was going to be the next big thing. So there's always a prospect. Every team's got a name or two you've heard about for years. I just think in recent years it's been more of a thing because you're not chasing down marquee free agents. Nobody likes Cardinal baseball anymore. This is an Indiana fever town. That's from Neil Allen, Craig Paquette.
I think that's overstating it.
Jackson is stealing Doug's take on hockey. Doug literally said that same thing last week. Stolen take valor. Disgusting.
Oh.
That's from Eric in the Central West End, who's often sideways.
Oh.
I don't remember that.
I've often had the belief that people are more critical of the baseball team because everybody played some sort of baseball. So they have some idea what's going on.
I've heard Doug say that, but I think it's still...
I don't remember that, but yeah. No, I'm not saying you didn't say that. Absolutely not. But we talk for 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
Sketch, also known as Alex, said the Blues are often at the salary cap, so they're viewed as trying, whereas the Cardinals have one of the richest owners and a middle payroll. I think there is a feeling of the fans that, hey, the Blues are always kind of going for it. And the Cardinals will sometimes step back.
But for many years, their payroll was not in the middle. It was like top 10, wasn't it?
They were in the top 10 for a number of years.
Right.
I don't
They've
think
kind of drifted a little below that for a while.
I don't think it's fair to say the Cardinal owners are cheap. I don't think that's fair. I think you can say they've misspent some money, but they're not cheap.
Right.
They don't bring in the money that the Yankees and the Dodgers and Cubs do because of the market size, the local media deals and things like that. But they have spent plenty. They just have not always spent it wisely in recent years.
No, standards are not different. The Blues leadership just shows more competence. There was another note saying that they appreciated the Armstrong approach. They feel like it's very clear what they're doing, that they're told exactly what the plan is. Armstrong more transparent with the city. Mo sounds like he's talking down to fans. I know best. I'm smarter than you. That's from Man Love.
See, is that more transparency, or is it relating better to fans? Like that, I'm not saying one way or another. I'm asking the question, like, is that true I'm, again, not saying that he isn't more transparent, but is being more relatable make you feel like it's more transparent?
And how can you say the Blues are more competent when the Cardinals have won the second most World Series championships in baseball history, including 2 in the last 20 years. 20.
Yeah. 20 years.
19 or 20 years.
Here's an interesting one for you to chew on. Hockey is at least somewhat enjoyable when losing. Baseball is brutal when losing. That's interesting.
Well, there's something to that, especially
the entertainment value. Yes, if you're in the building.
Yeah. Even a loss in hockey, it's still a lot of energy in the building, and it's fun to go, and you're not sweating it out, or it's not raining on you.
Right, and when you have like 80 games left in the baseball season, and you're kind of either middle of the road or losing, it's like, oh my God, this is a lot of
If you go to a baseball game and your team loses 8-0, it's really not terribly entertaining.
No.
Why do you hate helmet nachos?
This is why the Rally Hoosier needs. This is
that would help things. That would help.
Cardinals have a much more rich history, marquee franchise in all of sports, not just baseball. I think there is a standard that many of the fans want to hold them to.
Reputation precedes them.
Text line exploded as if Pestis had called back in. We'll roll through all your texts throughout the show. We'll take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone line when we come back. Uncle Rich, questions for Uncle Rich. If you want to fire those off as well, Rich Gould with a pool flying through the air last week at his home and landing in his backyard. He should be happier. And his Eagles are the Super Bowl champions. Uncle Rich, Jim Montgomery, Monty, the head coach of the Blues, coming your way at 9 o'clock. It's TMA, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website we've been telling you about. It's the place to go if you're ready to buy a new car and you've had some issues, circumstances, situations. You know what we're talking about, but you're trying to get a new vehicle. You want to get your car and you want to get your credit back on track. You can do it at one website. That's AutoLoanPro.com. In addition to vehicles for sale, they have that free playbook we've been talking about. It's going to educate you on how to help get the car this time around and maybe even a different choice in the future. Understand the credit industry. We're also getting that new vehicle, little to no money down. They're going to get you into that vehicle with the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Financing a car, just one thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. They'll get you back on track and get that large purchase done, keeping it as simple as possible. It can get a little complicated, but the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you out, educating you while getting that vehicle. Lowest rates out there, whatever is possible. They're going to do their best to get it for you. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Again, online, it's AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action this evening as they take on the Washington Nationals back here in St. Louis with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray now pitching, not Andre Palante tonight. Sonny Gray pitching tonight against Jake Irvin and the Nationals. So it's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, Sonny.
Doug, is this Bobby Darin or Rich Gould? I always get them mixed up.
Could be either.
Could be either.
Either one.
Wow. Uncle Rich, I just wanted to make sure you were in the right mindset.
Well, how did you guys get my alarm ring?
Is that your alarm? I bet it is.
Sure, I wake up to Mac the Knife every morning.
Oh, and sing along? Immediately start singing along with it?
That's it. I jump out of bed, grab the hairbrush, pretend it's a microphone, and go.
And I can picture that. Uncle Rich on the line. So last week, we're sitting here doing award-winning journalism, and it texts him, and it said, Uncle Rich is getting his pool today. And I thought, how does everybody know everybody's business in this town?
Well, that's pretty easy with social media these days.
Well, then I texted you, and you sent me a picture. It was a crane, and you had a pool flying over your house.
I've got a flying pool. Now, it doesn't work yet, but I've got one.
Flying pool. So they're able, because we told the story earlier. Your pool was ruined during the tornado. Tell us how that happened.
Well, the tornado came through here and did damage to quite a few homes. You know, not terrible damage, nothing like the devastation you see on an F4 where it blows the house completely up, but damage. And my pool was, I think, in its path. So it got destroyed. Now, I think the insurance company hasn't quite seen it my way.
Oh, boy.
They don't want to pay you for it.
They don't seem to think that the tornado had anything to do with it. And I'm saying, well, you goofy sons of guns. Yesterday it was fine. And today, after the tornado, it's not. It's out of the ground. There's a big hole. I said, so you tell me.
Did it pick the pool?
Tells me the tornado did it.
It picked the pool right up out of the ground?
That's what I think happened. That's what I think happened. And, of course, made a big crack in it and all that stuff. So it was destroyed. I had companies out here. They said, hey, you can't use this. You're done. So I'm thinking, well, hell, I better call my insurance guy. And they seem to think differently. They're calling it some sort of hydrostatic pressure, I think is what they call it, which they don't cover. And
But it coincided with the tornado?
Yeah, I think so. Now, he showed me a picture before the tornado. You know, you get on Google Earth and stuff, and you can see your house. He showed me a picture of my house a few days before the tornado, and he said, well, see there, it was damaged before the tornado. I said, what, are you nuts? He's showing me a picture from 1,000 feet in the air straight over the house. He says, yeah, but look, there's a crack. I said, I don't see a crack. I don't see it that way. So there's a bit of an argument going there, but the pool is in. It flew over the house. They hook it up to this giant crane. And the way my 2025 is going, I'm surprised the crane held the pool as it was, over the house. I really figured that it would be in my living room before it was all said and done. But it went over there. They stick it in this hole that they'd already had been dug with the other one, and fixed it up. And so now I'm just waiting for them to work on it.
Huh. So 2025 hadn't gone well for you? There's been other problems?
It hasn't gone well, Doug. It's been a bad year.
Oh, no.
A bad year. Car accident in Florida in February, and I'm still jacked up from that. I told you boys about this, didn't I?
I believe so,
and then,
yeah.
I think, and we were.
Jesus.
We were worried about you. We kind of enjoyed the Eagles ride. Your buddy Nick Sirianni wins the Super Bowl, and then it's been downhill ever since. We had you on.
Ever since.
And then you told us you like to go to the Korean joints on Olive to sing.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while. But, the wreck, hell, they had to get the jaws of life to get me out of a car.
Oh, jeez.
And then take me to a trauma center. And so I'm still dealing with that. My neck and back are messed up. So I'm sure nothing will come of that.
Rich, a loyal listener said...
That's the way. And get this. Hold on real quick.
Oh, no.
Then my tax guy, whose name I would mention if I knew what his name was, but, I don't deal with that stuff. My tax guy says, hey, you're getting $8,500 back. $8,500. I said, finally, some good news. And I get a check for $1,000 back. I say, okay, is that the first installment or what? He says, oh, no, we made a mistake. That's all you get.
This is starting to sound...
$7,000 punch in the stomach.
Oh, this is sounding like a Henny Youngman, Rodney Dangerfield. Life has just got you by the...
Oh, it's just no good right now, boys. And, then they call me up and they want money for doing my taxes. I said, what?
$1,000 probably.
Yeah, it's a wash.
Damn near.
Yeah.
Maybe Rich could write a book about the insurance agency titled "There Are Snakes Out There." There you go. There's a new vehicle for you.
And that's something I'd like to. I'm going to get on as soon as I hang up from you guys. I'm going to get up out of my chair and go to the computer and start writing about them.
A loyal listener to the show. He goes by the name now of Minute Bowl eligible. See there, he's Minute Bowl, but he's bowl eligible. He said, when I wrote for the Post-Dispatch, I did the piece on the fan show. I still remember Rich's final quote ending the piece where he said, quote, this is going to sound strange, but to tell you the truth, once the show starts, I don't know what the hell's going on. Do you remember that quote?
I don't necessarily remember the quote, but since I remember the show, that sounds very accurate. Because you didn't know what was going on. It was all live, and it's 30 minutes of just crap. And yet it somehow, struck a chord with a few people, which I'm grateful for.
Was that the promo for the show? It's a half hour of crap? Did Susie write that up for you in promotions?
Yeah, she made me go ahead and cut it. Made me do a commercial saying it's a half hour of crap. And by the way, we've got a cup with a fan show on it, so you can get one of those if you come.
Sure, it'd be nice if you could bring that back. Maybe.
Oh well, my worst fan show memory was a cold. Who wants to go over to the Casino Queen?
Well, I would love to, because
not in early February when it's 2 degrees out and there's snow on the ground, and so I've got to get a fan of the week, and there's this homeless guy out there. And I said, hey, buddy, I said, come sit in a chair. We'll give you a couple of drinks. Yeah, okay. So he goes, sits in the chair. He's my fan of the week.
And it
just so happened, we had a fledgling football team at that time. Okay. I don't remember, who they were or what they were doing. But I got 3 of them there to have a spaghetti eating contest with their hands behind their back. So they got, junk all over their face. Their mouth has been in these bowls of spaghetti. And after the show, the homeless guy comes up to me and he says, can I have the rest of that spaghetti?
Oh.
When he said that, I had to throw my hands up and look at Kurt LaBelle. I said, I can't deal with this anymore. I got to go.
Did you give him the spaghetti at least?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
okay.
He had it. He had a good meal.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's when you decided you'd had enough at that point?
The football guy's slobbering all over it, but yeah, a good meal.
Oh, my gosh. That's why the Rams left. Here's a question for you from our dossier. Rich, we were just discussing this, and you would be a great person to get your perspective. Do you think the Blues and Cardinals are held to the same standard in St. Louis? If not, then why? In terms of, I guess, media and fan critique. And, well, I'll let you answer. I won't chime in at all. Do you think the Blues and Cardinals are held to the same standard?
Probably not. The Cardinals probably a little bit more, since we are a, quote, baseball town. Now, we can't do any scoring right now, evidently. I heard the bank commercial before I came on, and it said something about, the magic of Cardinals baseball. I thought, yeah, magic, right. They made all the runs disappear.
Oh.
And so, yeah, I think the Cardinals are probably held to a little different standard than the Blues. The Blues with the one championship. The Cardinals with, what do they have now, 11, 12?
11.
Okay, 11. So, I would guess that's a question that I'd favor the Cardinals about.
Yeah.
I think people get less upset when the Blues go home in the early round of the playoffs than the Cardinals are not making the playoffs than the Cardinals not making October.
And this year was a great example of that because of the surge they had, the surprise element. They weren't, and people, they lose a horrific Game 7 in the worst way possible. And largely people are like, well, it was a great season and I can't wait for next year. I'm like, wait, if that had been the Cardinals, we would have spent the next 8 months just going bananas.
Yes, I think that's true, Martin. I certainly do. And the Cardinals now, I think, are kind of showing us what we thought we might see all along. And, of course, baseball's a long season. There are lots of ebbs and flows and ups and downs, and the Cardinals are in a downer now, not scoring runs. I don't see them beating Milwaukee or Chicago the rest of the way, but who knows?
Can Rich be a weekly regular? The same person said Happy Rich Gould Day. So apparently it's been declared Rich Gould Day around town.
I didn't know that. And the answer is no.
No. Clearly the answer is no.
You guys don't want me on once a week. It's no.
Do you?
You don't want it.
You're getting texters now from the great audience out there that loves Uncle Rich. Does Rich still wear golf sandals?
I do. When I play, I've still got a pair of golf sandals, and a lot of times I'll wear them at church.
To church?
Yeah, if I go to church, I want to make sure I get a good footing. I want to make sure I'm on good footing with the Lord.
So you've got the little golf spikes on the bottom of the sandals?
Yeah,
and you're wearing those to church.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it drives them crazy because they're still metal.
Still metal spikes on there.
So you
metal
clack your way
spikes
into
on the bottom of those shoes, and the clacking. You can't hear the preacher. It's a terrible thing.
Is that just so everybody knows? Oh, we get it. You showed up at church, pal. You wanted to be seen.
Yeah, that's why. And I've done it every time I've gone to church, which I think is once in the last 10 years.
Well, that's almost makes you a regular.
Great.
Yeah, almost.
Great to hear Rich's voice again. Been watching, listening to him since his days doing sports in my teenage years growing up in the Hannibal, Quincy area. There's Uncle Rico.
Hey, Hannibal, Quincy. I was there in Quincy for about 4.5 years, I think, and loved it up there. It was a good place. I don't much care going back. Man, there's nothing to do.
Oh no. Well, all of these start real well, then they turn negative. Like, I thought he was going to be really supportive of the greater Quincy, Hannibal area.
Well, I am. The golf up there is wonderful. Quincy Country Club is one of the nice clubs you'll ever play, and their public course, Westview, is what I grew up really enjoying the game on and love it. So I'll go up there a couple of times a year to play golf. But then I think to myself, with the exception of going to Bob and Sarge's or a couple of little bars, there's nothing to do here for me anymore. So I try not to go.
And you grew up in Branson, where you were a star high school quarterback?
You sound like you don't believe it. You sound like you don't believe it.
I grew up in Branson. That was my thing. Orange County, California, until we moved to Branson, and then that was 14, and then went to high school in Branson, Doug. So that's what I kind of consider that my hometown. I was just down there. I spent the 4th on Table Rock Lake.
Oh, did you?
That's one of the clearest lakes you'll ever see.
Yeah, the people who go to Lake of the Ozarks and then go to Table Rock Lake, they're similar in size. Lake of the Ozark is bigger, but not by much. And Branson the water is just so much better.
Yeah, not near as much boat traffic either.
Not near as much boat traffic. Also, though, not near enough. They don't have many homes built on the lake, and you can't get close to the shore. The lake goes up and down more, I think, than Table Rock Lake, or than Lake of the Ozarks. Corps of Engineers won't let you build too close to the shore. So there aren't that many homes on Table Rock, certainly not that many bars and restaurants.
Right. Rich, how about Gem City Pizza? I think that's somebody wanting to, maybe is that a Hannibal Quincy reference?
Yeah, Gem City Pizza is good pizza. I like it. A Tower of Pizza up there was good. Gem City's kind of a staple, a little thinner crust. It was, it's good stuff.
Uncle Rich, because you're such a legend, I'd like to offer you dinner at O&O and an evening with my wife. Tell me when. That's from the recovering alcoholic who likes to offer up meals at Olive and Oak, which is great, and he often offers his wife as well.
What's his wife look like?
Oh no.
You guys seen her?
Oh, she's a lovely lady.
Yes, wonderful
She
woman.
deserves.
Is that right? Lovely girl? Oh, well.
Lovely lady you should be.
I'll certainly think of that.
Okay. Rich, do you think Tim is so great? Why do you think Tim is so great? Tim McKernan not here today, out this week, but a lot of the texters are just talking about his greatness, Rich.
Oh, really? Why?
That's what they do. They're lemmings.
I don't quite understand, but if they are, God bless them.
Can you imagine growing up in Orange County and then relocating to Branson? Yikes, that's from Earth Day, texting in at the 314. That was a tough transition for a young lad.
It was tough. It was tough on many fronts. Of course, when you're 14 years old and you're playing sports with friends that you've grown up with, that was a hard move. I was a freshman in high school, but back then that was still junior high. And then you go to Branson and you're, a freshman at that school, which was a 4-year high school. It was so different. And a few people know this. I played baseball on a team in California that won the Pony League World Championship. We won the California Championship when I was 13. And at 14, we were eligible to go. It's like the Little League World Championship, only a little bit bigger. You play the full field, 90. And so I was on that team and didn't get to go with them because I didn't live there anymore. Didn't get to play in the league. So that was a huge disappointment. Imagine at the age of 14 missing a flight cross country with your buddies and playing about 6 games of baseball. That one killed me.
Oh, so why did you move? Your dad going to sing with Mickey Gilley or something in Branson?
No, he was an electrician, and there was a lot of work going on in Branson at the time. So his brother convinced him, okay, move from California and come here and wire homes and hotels and stuff here. And so that's what he did. I moved only because I couldn't stay. They wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
I had an older sister that said, "The hell with you, I'm staying."
Yeah.
She was a little older, so she could pull it off, but I couldn't quite do it. So that's all. It was just, a work thing. Kids have to move where their parents go. Yeah. And that's what I did.
The Warson Woods Wacko said, I grew up in Orange County and relocated to St. Louis, had a detour in Flagstaff, Phoenix, miserable experience. So not everybody's excited about the move from the West to the Midwest. Somebody else talking about the Cardinals saying they've only had 3 titles in the last 50 years. You guys sound like Yankee fans talking about the past. But I think that's still part of their resume, right? That they're storied past.
Titles, yes, okay. They won, let's count them up real quick. They won 64, 67, 82.
06, 11.
06 and 11. So there's 5 titles.
Over the last 60-ish years, yeah.
Okay, and then, and then, of course, the ones that you missed out on that you should have won. The Royals come to mind more than any other team. But that one, if they didn't have to play in that stupid dome in Minnesota, I think they win that series. Coleman got hit by the tarp. That's no good. And then Boston got hot and beat them. The 2014 was my biggest downer. I liked that team. Boy, could they mash! You remember those guys?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was a lineup, just top to bottom. They could mash and played great baseball, and I feel bad about them losing.
Can you imagine a team where you had Roland, Edmonds, Pujols, 3 legitimate MVP candidates, and then just for fun, they just throw in Larry Walker.
Yeah, they add Larry Walker.
Just throw in Larry Walker. Reggie Sanders. Hey, it's a pretty good ball, but that lineup.
Yeah, and guys like Sanders, who were maybe not superstars, but very established, certainly better than the outfielders that Mosaic picked up over the last 8 years or something. They were something.
Let's see. Can you guys have this guy on the show more often? Whenever Tim is out, and I think he's already established we're not going to be doing that.
That's nice of them to say, but again, they're texting this because they haven't heard me in a long time, and they don't want to hear me again for another long time.
That's not true.
That's just the way it goes.
So what are you doing with most of your days? You just sit out by that pool and wait till that gets ready and just relax all day?
I tried to get in the pool the other day, but I burned myself because there was no water in it. I sat down there and tried to swim laps, but hell, it's hard to do.
No water. So you're not up and running.
No water. You're just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for the guys. In fact, I just missed a call because you guys are my friends and I'm on with you. The pool guy just called, probably I'm sure to deliver more bad news.
Conference them in.
But what do? I do some writing still. I try to do that, but I don't do a lot. I like not doing a lot. I enjoy watching television in my chair.
Rich, how come you're so happy and Doug's a crotchety old bastard? Any tips for Doug? That's from Boxing Day, texting in.
Doug's a funny man. I don't know why they call him crotchety. He's a funny man. So Doug ought to be going out with this 0-0 fella and his wife.
Just transfer the invitation.
Just leave the 0-0 completely out of it and go out with a wife.
Probably bad form there.
Doug,
I tell you what I've done, and not having a pool is affecting my disposition, as you might imagine, because I'm in it every day. I love it, and since it's not here, I've been forced to go up to the Bridgeton Community Pool.
Another library.
So here's this
you sent me a pics.
68-year-old man up there with a bunch of kids playing Marco Polo. That's just no fun.
You did send me a picture, and you didn't seem all that pleased with the experience.
No, it's nothing that I like, but I can manage it for an hour and a half a day just to get wet and paddle around.
Just to get wet.
The damnedest thing, though, they don't serve cocktails.
I
went up,
hard liquor at the pool.
I asked for a vodka tonic, and they looked at me like I had three heads.
Sir, we've got Capri Suns in a little packet, if you'd like. From the 573, I remember Uncle Rich doing roller derby on ESPN. Am I imagining this?
No, he's not. It was the Silver Cup Series.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, it was the first trip I had to New York and the first and only broadcast I did from Madison Square Garden. It was cool. But roller derby was an interesting trip. They were some very strange people, and I got to do roller derby before. I grew up with roller derby, didn't you guys? Doug, didn't you?
Sure, Charlie O'Connell and the San Francisco Bay Area Bombers.
That's who I did it for. I knew Charlie O'Connell, Joni Weston, and I were pals.
Gil Orozco, Mike Gammon was born on skates.
And John Vallow and Jan Vallow and Sherry Eric, they were very, as I said on the broadcast from Madison Square Garden, they were very close personal friends both on and off track.
So how did you get connected with that? Was that a Channel 11 vehicle?
It wasn't. They needed a legitimate sportscaster, I think is what happened. And I don't know why they called me over the others, or maybe I was their fifth choice. I don't really know. But I said, heck yeah, I love roller derby. When I was a kid, I'd watch it all the time. That was the LA T-Birds that I watched. And they literally just called. I used to get, I'd go down to San Jose from Sacramento and sit there with this guy. I remember the play-by-play guy. I don't remember his name. But he had about 3 teeth in his head.
Everybody.
That wasn't Hoppy Hop, was it?
I don't know who it is, but this guy's doing a play-by-play, and I'm filling in with color. And then I got to do the interviews where, the guys were pushing and shoving each other, and I'd have to back them off. It was a treat.
Any video of that still out there? I think I'd like to see that.
Actually, I think if you go to YouTube and type in Silver Cup Series, you might find it. It was 1986-ish, right around there. I don't know that there are any shots of us in the booth, but you might be able to see that.
Did they give you
You know what else I did a couple of years ago? I don't know if I ever told you guys this. I did Frisbee golf.
Oh, gosh.
Called it?
How about, yes. Yes, you remember Joe Mama Mason, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Joe Mama was telling he called me up and said, hey, can you do this? I said, yeah, you're my friend. I'll do it. So off we went to this field in north of Warrenton. And as Frisbee golf courses go, I reckon it's good. I really don't know what makes a good one and a bad one. But they tried to televise it. It never did get on the air. The owner was pissed. He's yelling at Joe Mama Mason. He thought he was going to get the PGA Tour where you cut from hole to hole. I thought, what are you, nuts? You can't televise this. So that was a real experience.
Rich, it's great to have you on the show. Good luck with the pool. Good luck with the taxes. Good luck with all of it. I know it's been a tough 2025, but we're here pulling
You're here
for you.
For me.
We're here for you.
Good. Well, as long as I know that you two are there for me, I'll have a better day.
Well, I'll meet you at the.
Yes, it's got to turn around soon because this has been a bad year.
Well, we feel better having talked to you. I hope you feel the same, and be well.
Well, anytime I can talk to you, brothers, I like doing it, just as long as it's not too often.
Okay. Not as often, but not too often. There he is, the one only.
Anytime, I'm with you guys.
All right, there he is. Rich Gould, Uncle Rich
thanks.
Gould, a legendary sportscaster in our town, and now suffering through what's been a rough 2025.
He told me on the phone before the interview that he didn't have much today. I beg to differ.
I worked with him for 13, 14 years, same office, and he would often come in and say, well, pal, I got nothing today. I'm like, no, that's not true. There's plenty to get done.
There's almost no one who makes my dad laugh more than Rich Gould. And he just loves
And
Rich
every
Gould.
time I think he's going to say something polite about a business or a person, it turns.
Yeah, it rips him.
He said he just likes to go to the pool just to get a little wet.
Hashtag pray for Rich. That's a new hashtag that's out there.
In the winter, he sings. In the summer, he floats.
He floats. It is 8:31. That time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Fisher Door and Window. It's TMA, the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson with you, KG, Kurt. We will circle back, as they like to say in the industry, to the fact that Kurt said he was in jail one night. We focused on the bologna sandwich, and a number of people pointed out you really didn't get the pertinent info there. We'll get back to that. I think Andy Croupen's going to swing by as well, part of our title sponsorship with Brown and Crouppen. And Jim Montgomery, the Blues head coach, coming your way at 9 o'clock. Cards tonight have the Nats in town. Sonny Gray bumped up to make that Tuesday start. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Cards Nats tonight. Jake Irvin on the mound for Washington. Miguel Cairo makes his return. He is the interim manager since Dave Martinez fired over the weekend. Doug, standing O for Miguel Cairo. That was speculated in the 7 o'clock hour. Former Cardinal brings out the lineup card. The crowd goes crazy.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think we're giving standing O's to lineup card deliverers.
Okay.
I wouldn't think.
Why do you hate the B-Fibs?
They won't announce his name or anything. It's not like he's coming up to the plate. So
okay. Thought it sounded fun.
I'll guess no.
Jake Irvin, by the way, in his career against the Cardinals, looks like once or twice through. Maybe they've faced him. Occasional Alec Burleson, 2 for 5 with a home run. Wilson Contreras, 1 for 2 with a home run. And then look at this, Doug. Garrett Hampson, 1 for 5.
He's got to play.
You got to play him?
Yeah. Get him high up in the lineup, too. He's got to be in there. 2
for 4 in his career against Jake Irvin. Sonny Gray is on the mound. We still don't really know why he didn't pitch against the Cubs. He doesn't like to alter his routine, but he was going to pitch Wednesday, and they bumped him to Tuesday. So his routine this week has been altered.
Get bumped.
He has been bumped.
I don't know.
Maybe more.
Can't make sense out of some of it. Just can't.
Miles Michael is scheduled to pitch on Thursday. I'm sure the team will be asked about that today. The Erick Fedde update may also be forthcoming. I'm waiting for an injury. I don't think they'll DFA him because they're already talking about how there's not enough depth starting pitching-wise in the organization. So you don't just throw him away. You probably come up with a fake injury or something. He's scheduled to pitch Saturday. That's when you could bring in McGreevy. I did start a McGreevy tracker, Doug, on Highway 55.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, whether you're at Lambert's or SEMO or Dalhousie, if you see a first round, it's his birthday today, Michael McGreevy.
Yeah, happy birthday. Is he 25? 25.
Do you think he's going to stop in at Dalhousie and have a bratwurst and then drive on up here?
If I'm him, I'd just kind of get in the car, just hoping, and then just stop off at Lambert's, stop off at Dalhousie and say, okay, they still haven't called.
Right, just hang out there and wait for the call.
Like
now you've cut your drive in half.
Like I'm in Perryville. Right. Hey, Mo.
And if they don't call, you can double back. You'll be home pretty quick.
Just kind of buy your time.
You think when the Cardinals, since we like logistics, when they're calling players up like this, would they get him on a private plane or just get him on the next best commercial flight from Memphis?
Are you saying in Memphis? I think they probably drive.
Yeah, for sure.
From Memphis.
Yeah.
If the team's on the road and they're good 7-8 hours away, you're flying. But I bet Memphis, especially with a pitcher where you know he's not going to pitch for a few days.
I think it'd be pretty rare for a team to private plane anybody, like just the one person. Like maybe like if Aaron Judge in the offseason wants to be a free agent signing, you private jet them out to wherever you're at. Or like Shohei Ohtani, but like just the guy you're bringing up
awfully
for
big money guys, not coming out of the minor leagues, but the Aaron Judge types.
Yeah, those guys would get a private jet in the offseason or something to go visit. But no, I don't think, like, no offense to Michael McGreevy, I think that's going to be an automobile or a bus situation.
I wouldn't put him on a bus.
Well, not like a Greyhound.
It's a Greyhound.
Not like
station?
a Greyhound.
It's a bus situation.
Just see him standing on the side of the road with a backpack.
I've got the McGreevy tracker that I've launched. If somebody sees it, if you're on Greyhound right now, coming back from a weekend in SEMO, and you see Michael McGreevy, let us know.
In his uniform on a bus.
He doesn't have to be in uniform.
Sounds like what would happen in the 1920s.
Yeah.
Guy works at the hardware store and then takes the bus to
Is he taking
Yankee
the train
Stadium
to catch up with the squad in Chicago? All right, Andy Croupen's going to stop by, part of the title sponsorship here, Brown and Crouppen. Jim Montgomery, Blues coach, at 9, the morning after on 101 ESPN. But first, a word from Tim.
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the TMA podcast, and we are grateful for the support of Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door. Online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFERDOOR.com. Schaeferdoor.com with one F. Top of that, Jason has set up a number for our listeners to call or text anytime they have an issue with their garage doors. That number is 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. Plus, they service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door. Online at schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
And then as well, Martin, we're giving away a prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
And what's that email? Because it's hard to remember.
The morning after at Inside STL. That's the email for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. It'll be hosted by the hometown St. Louis Shock. This event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. 101 listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. Find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Design Air email today coming your way at the end of the show. It's Team A here until 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN TMA, the morning after here on a Tuesday. The Blues coach, Jim Montgomery, coming up top of the hour right now. In-house, Andy Crouppen from Brown and Crouppen. And, boy, he's in the Tim chair. Boy, this will get people all fired. You look nervous, Andy.
I am. It's a lot of responsibility. Plus, I got to give the Blues coach a good lead in.
Yes.
Make sure I keep the audience up.
Man. Do you ever get nervous in the courtroom back in the day? Do you remember your first day in front of a judge or jury?
You know, I have not been in front of a jury. It's been a very long time since I've been in a courtroom. I don't do much of that anymore. Although every once in a while, now it's sort of relegated to speeding tickets for sons of my friend.
Oh, that's the worst, isn't
and
it?
You know who I'm talking about. Not you, but he knows. Anyway, I'm sure I was nervous back then because I was younger, had done a lot less kind of public stuff like this. Now I'm sure, you know, I think when people talk about being nervous about public speaking and things like that, and I'm sure you guys have the same thing. It's once you do things like this or talk in front of a crowd 1,000 times, that just sort of disappears. You don't necessarily get better at it. You're just not nervous about it.
So he's fine, Doug. He's fine
sure
right there.
Well, as long as you know what you're talking about. It's if you're asked to say a few words about something you don't have a clue about, that's when you go, oh, Lord. But if you're prepared and you're talking about something in your wheelhouse there, that takes a lot of the nervousness away.
It is, but don't you find that doing what you do, there are very few times where you can't come up with something to say that sounds relevant or sounds, at least gets you out of it.
Yeah. We say, well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. That gets us out of a lot of trouble.
That's right. It's like you have the radio equivalent of that's what she said.
Right.
there are a bunch of those little outs, I'm sure.
We had Ed here last week, and he was promoting all things, anything that's not on 101 he was promoting, but a lot of it was about the
Shark Tank?
Well, eating sandwiches.
Yeah.
The lawyers eating and upcoming guests, which is great. When did whose idea? Was that Ed's idea? Like lawyers eating sandwiches and the TV vehicle that they record segments. Where did that?
That was, I don't remember exactly whose idea that particular thing was. It started with a local company, Cool Fire, and we sat down with them and brainstormed some ways that we could come up with ways to give something back to people because, initially I heard it from, who's the guy on Shark Tank who started FUBU? Damon, Jackson, you know.
Come on, Jackson. You're speaking for the kids.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
What's the name? The guy who started FUBU
the guy who started FUBU on Shark Tank.
Damon John.
Damon John?
Anyway,
thanks.
So I heard him say, and this is many years ago, when you're advertising on the internet, don't ask people for something, give them something. And so that sort of started us on this sort of journey of creating content online that did not necessarily have anything to do with the law. We had a cartoon that we produced. We had a show, Win the Day with Tammy Holland, may she rest in peace, who was a local radio DJ. I'm sure you guys know. We had 3 lawyers eating sandwiches. So we had these kind of shows that we produced that, did we ever talk about the law? I'm sure a little bit, but it was mostly just entertainment to let people see our the side of us when we're not working and practicing law, and just kind of humanize us and let people get to know us. And I think it did a good thing for our brand. And 3 Lawyers Eating Sandwiches was one of those things that came out of it. It used to be a show where we actually went to the restaurants, and then for a variety of reasons, it morphed into a podcast. And it's been great. It's been a lot of fun doing it.
I like that. Give them something. Don't ask them for something.
Yeah.
We should remember that on this show.
If we had anything to
give them something. Don't ask them for any. Do you study like the big legal headlines? So like the Diddy trial was all anyone. Do you find yourself gravitating because of your profession? Do you follow, and especially like the celebrity trials? Do you have a hankering for those, or do you laugh at some of the legal pundits that are on the air and all the overanalyzing of what's going to happen?
So the reason I laugh is because my brother, who is a comedian and sort of has been doing that for a very long time, found a fair amount of success covering the Diddy trial as sort of an individual correspondent. He was flying back and forth from LA to New York and ended up with 500,000 or, well, arguably 1 million followers, because there's a secondary account that somebody just reposts his video with another 500,000 followers. Being a correspondent for this Diddy trial, he was sleeping outside to get into the courtroom every day and sort of got some notoriety for it. It's Secret Service Sam on TikTok primarily. And I think it started sort of a little bit as a joke and morphed into really him covering the trial. And at one point, I don't know if I told you this story, maybe we did get into this once, but at one point there were some guys who showed up at his house, investigators who, as it turns out, seems like were sent by Diddy or his people to kind of intimidate him, allegedly. I have no proof of this, and I don't want to defame the man who has just been, I guess, semi-vindicated. I guess there is, back to the original question, I guess there's some interest just because, it's related to the law and not necessarily what we do, but sure, it's stuff you learn in law school, seeing how these things play out, see how the criminal justice system actually works. Everyone, sort of on a tangent, everyone complains when they get summoned to jury duty. I did jury duty once when I was in law school. I found it fascinating. I think if you're in the city of St. Louis and you get called once or twice a year, I get it. But if it's something you've never done before, go into it kind of open-minded, because I think people will find it very interesting, very fascinating. Just seeing the process that you've seen on TV and in movies, seeing it play out in real time, seeing justice actually being served, seeing that our system really is good, really is fair, really has sort of a methodology. I think that's an important thing for people to see.
I was on a jury. I was like 22 at the time, and the group dynamic in that room, like how other people think, and then even in that group of 12, you can see sort of cliques or alliances form, and all of a sudden the same 4 or 5 people are arguing against these 4, and then there's 4 or 5 who don't really care, who are just kind of mailing it in. But I think that's what's fascinating about it, is how it evolves. And I don't even remember, it was not a very complicated case. A man was banned from going to an abortion clinic where he would often protest, but they had like a restraining order, and so he violated it, and they had video. But it was the egress or the regress. They kept saying fancy legal, and everybody's like, well, I think the egress and the regress, and they would fight about it. Finally, we decided he was guilty of violating this sanction against him, whatever. And then the judge comes in at the end, and he said, can I ask you guys something? What took you so long? Because he said it was blatant. He goes, and somebody said, well, the defense submitted the videotape, and why would they submit video that made him look guilty? And the judge said, that is a great question, but they did submit that tape. And he goes, and I thought the same thing. It clearly showed he was guilty, but he was like dumbfounded that this group of 12 people would take maybe all day to come to this verdict.
They thought it was a trick or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they overthought it, I would say.
Yeah, I think that happens.
What do you say to all the people who say that the system is slanted in favor of the celebrity crowd, the super wealthy, that they seem to get off more likely than not?
Well, I would say this. I would say there is probably some truth to that I think makes sense. The state only has X amount of resources to dedicate to any individual case. And when you have unlimited money, you can sort of outspend the state. And the state is essentially bringing a knife to a gunfight. And sometimes that happens. Now, on the flip side of that, I think that we all saw that happen with OJ. At least a lot of people believe that to be the case. But the thing is that got a lot of press. A lot of people saw it. And so that's what we talk about. But really, how many times in your life have you heard about that happening? You can probably count them on 1 or 2 hands. So is the system perfect? No, of course not. What system is? But is that by far the exception rather than the rule? Of course. I mean, first of all, how many wealthy people really are out there committing horrible crimes. Very few. And then, so it happens, but it's such a minuscule percentage that it's a blip on the radar. It's a rounding error. It's not a real. It does not. That's not the majority of the criminal justice system, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Texter saying, I love serving on a jury. I got called several times when I lived in the city. I don't think I've been called once while living in the county. People in the city do complain that it happens a lot more often. My son just served on jury duty in the city of St. Louis. At the conclusion of the trial, going into the jury room, he stopped to use the restroom. When he got into the jury room, he was told that he'd been elected as the foreman. So careful if you're not in the room. Let's see. I love serving on jury. Let's see. Somebody else had a story. Couldn't agree more.
Pibbles have to say. I haven't heard from Shrimply in a while.
Well, this is Mr. Mudjack Mike. I couldn't agree more. I did jury duty to find compensation for an accident victim. The disparity between what the blonde Ladue mom and the South County mom wanted to award was fascinating. So you do get into people's demographics, how they view things.
For sure. And you're right. Being the foreperson sometimes is not it's who drew the short straw. It's almost like going into an escape room with 10 strangers, probably in some ways. There's a real social dynamic that evolves in those rooms, and these people are given you are given a lot of power. It tends to probably not often be a life or death criminal case. There are smaller civil cases, but oftentimes you have somebody's life in your hands. I served on a criminal jury, and we sent the person to prison. And it was actually an interesting case. Some of the stuff I am not sure I could even say on these airwaves. Only if we could go back to before ESPN.
The old HD, the glory days, Doug. A lot of the listeners like to call
you
it.
did things that were so bad that you can't repeat them?
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the language that was used, I'm not sure I can use on these airwaves.
Probably not.
Andy really sounds like his dad. I hear you probably get that every once in a while, your voice. There's
it's weird. Even sometimes if the TV is on in the other room and I hear a commercial come on, it takes me, half a sentence before I can figure out which one of us it is. I don't know how that happened.
It's Brown and Crouppen. They are the title sponsor of The Morning After. You can reach them at 222-2222. Andy Crouppen stopped by. Andy, thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Andy.
On deck is the Blues head coach, Jim Montgomery, right here on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Orlando Magic star and former Duke Blue Devil Paolo Banchero agreed to a 5-year, $239 million maximum rookie contract extension that could reach $287 million. Mike Miller, that's the Mike Miller of Lift Sports Management, told ESPN on Monday. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night. Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup, I'd sell my soul.
Doug, just to clarify, Arbor Day has been banned, but we've heard from some great texters. I think we had Flag Day and Labor Day and Earth Day have all texted in. So there are other days that would like to be represented here on the Air Comfort text line, which is 399-9646, 314-399-9646. Callier and Thompson phone lines, which is where we'll be joined by the Blues coach momentarily, Jim Montgomery. That's 314-974-0101. We closed out the 8 o'clock Fisher and Door window, 8 o'clock hour. Now, look at this. We're in the 9 o'clock hour, just like that. Brought to you by Mark Hanna and Evergreen Wealth Strategies on this Tuesday edition of the Morning After. And, Doug, I'd like to say you can't win where the text will say, oh, my God, these guys never talk sports. Then I look up at the YouTube chat and they say, why are they talking Blues? It's July.
You can't win.
I'm pretty sure the first hour was all Cardinals talk. It was. You can always go back and listen to the podcast.
Yeah, and you can't win. Oh, and you can't win necessarily with the texters, but you can win, Doug, if you use Mark Milton.
Oh, yes.
Well, sure. You'd win against the godforsaken tax man.
Now you're talking.
Mark Milton is the guy there to help you if you have any kind of problems with the IRS. Maybe years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. Or you could be facing IRS criminal investigations. I mean, that's getting to be serious stuff. And you need to contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You're saying, well, what is his credentials? Where's he from? Who is this guy, Milton? Well, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So who is he? Always just one of the best in the country at what he does. And he now helps individuals and small businesses here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I am what's Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
And Tim's on vacation, but he still wants to tell us about the sponsor of the YouTube chat. That would be Michelob Ultra.
The TMASTL YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The sponsor also of the Dotem and the upcoming TMA golf tournament, which I think you can mark your calendar for sometime in early October. Michelob Ultra, perfect to enjoy with friends on a beautiful summer day. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat.
Don't care. Very crappy Sports Center update. That's for Jackson, who gives an F about the NBA around here. I believe the NBA is often featured in the Sports Center update, Doug. That's Jackson's way of grooming the audience. Why don't you guys talk disc golf? It's good enough for Uncle Rich. He said disc golf was on TV.
I don't think I've seen it.
Well, he did it at some point.
Must be.
Way too much Cardinal talk. That's from the 636.
Okay. Gosh.
They do have their final 6 games before the All-Star break starting tonight with the Washington Nationals. Eric in the Central West End, you can't win if you lose. Think about that, Doug. You can't win if you lose. Text line active as always at 399-9646. In fact, the texter just chiming in saying, thanks to Monty on the great second half. Can't wait for next year. Folks are already fired up. And with that, we bring in Jim Montgomery, the Blues head coach here on 101 ESPN. Coach, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. And are you in Boston, St. Louis? How will you spend your summer now that things have maybe calmed down a little bit?
I'm in the Arch City. My family and I, we moved on the 25th of June. Kids got out of school, and we're 1 week in our house here, and we're loving life. Went to a couple of pool parties already, enjoying the heat of the St. Louis summer.
Wow, the Arch City, Doug. He's truly one of us. And in fact, you'd coached here before on the staff. You played here. That season back then, you would have been at the old barn, right? The old days?
Oh, yeah. When I drive by Hampton, I always get a little nostalgic off of 40.
The 93-94 season with the Blue Note. So that's what's interesting. And the second you took over as the head coach, it was pretty clear your appreciation for the franchise. I know all fan bases love the nostalgia in their former players, but it seems like that's been important to you to kind of tap into the history of the franchise.
Well, I have, not only have I been here now the third time, but I spent, when my playing career, my off seasons for 8 years, I trained and lived in St. Louis and would skate with the Blues players to get ready for my upcoming season. So even though I wasn't here and didn't play with Pronger or Mellenby and Kachuk, I've got to know them so well among a bunch of other players. And then being part of the alumni room, and you get to be around, the Bruce Afflecks, the Ramages, and obviously, Bobby Plager, just to name a few, Blake Dunlop. I mean, it's part of my fiber. It just comes naturally, and that's why I was a little emotional that first day back with the Blues when I talked about all the great alums that I know personally.
Why do you think so many of them have stayed in the area?
Because hockey players love being around a team environment. I think the culture and the people in St. Louis are like a bigger example of a hockey locker room. They care about each other. They take care of one another. And that makes us feel like home. And it's a great place to raise a family because of that culture.
It's also pretty cold in Canada. I suppose a lot of them don't want to move back there for that reason.
That helps too. Mm-hmm. that helps a lot. The bones don't ache into the cold weather as much.
No.
When you get above 45.
How tough was it on the fly to come in here and take over? Yes, you knew Doug Armstrong, and yes, you knew some of these players, having been here as an assistant with Craig Berube. But how tricky is that? Maybe we take it for take it for granted what that's like as a coach when you come in and kind of have to establish yourself mid-season.
Well, I loved it. It was a new challenge for me. I'd never gone through it, so everything was new and it was exciting. And then I saw how talented we were. The only part that I misjudged when I look back on my own sort of performance is it takes a while to instill, and I knew this because I'd been through culture changes, good and bad, in the past, but it takes 3 months for everybody to really be on the same page about the communication, how it needs to happen. And when I look back on it, I got here basically Thanksgiving, so almost December 1, and you go 3 months, December, January, February, we took off in the end of February, and I lost sight of that it was going to take that long because I felt that I could change things quicker, and I got frustrated with that. And then I think the break helped us all, and that's why I think we took off, is because it does take a while for everybody to get on the same page and understand how we're going to communicate the expectations and the standard that we're going to hold each other accountable to.
What changed in the game plan that made such a big difference?
I would say there's a couple of things. I really simplified, but we really talked about our forecheck and being a forechecking team with a purpose of spending more time in the offensive zone. Like, you can easily tell your players to go forecheck, but forechecking is hard work. But the sell was, we're going to spend more time in the offensive zone. We're going to create more chances, and all those things materialize rather quickly. And then we talked about, being hard at our own net and game management. Game management really needs to improve, and it still needs to improve, because it still really bothers me that we didn't move on to the second round, and that was game management at the end of Game 7.
What could have been done differently? I know you said in the days following, hey, we're going to take a closer look at the 6-on-5. Now, a couple of months later, it sounds like the sting is still there, and I get it. That was rough. Anything that you've noticed or observed that could have changed that result?
We should have had more poise with the puck, because we had opportunities to end the game before they even scored their second goal. And then I think the second thing would have been when things are going to 6-on-5, it's going to be hectic. You can't plan, but we didn't protect the most valuable part of the ice well enough, and that's something that we will grow and get better from. Because I know that talking to all the players, they're excited about the moves we've made, and they're excited about what we were and how we played at the end of the year. It was a fun brand of hockey. It was exciting for the players to play, and I think it was exciting for our fans to watch.
I unfortunately watched the replay of that Winnipeg game last night. They had it on NHL.com. I'm glutton for punishment, I guess. I watched it again, and it occurred to me how many really close chances you had, even in the overtimes, to win that game. The difference between winning and losing just comes down to sometimes just a fraction of an inch. Multiple times during a game, it's got to be excruciating to live and die like that as a coach.
Well, it is, and we all lived and died, together. But I think that's another area, just the mental grind. I felt that we didn't have the mindset to go and take that game. We were hoping to win, and once it got to overtime, I think during the first three periods, I thought we were the better team, and we should have moved on. But in the overtime, I thought Winnipeg was, and that's part of the mental grind of us just being able to move past what has occurred, good or bad, and just keep grinding.
The Blues head coach Jim Montgomery with us here on 101 ESPN. Busy past week for the Blues, resetting the roster. Biggest move was the trade. Zach Bolduc goes to Montreal. Logan Mailloux, young defenseman, in return. Walk us through that trade. How you in the room with Army when they tell you, hey, we're going to move Bolduc, somebody who'd play very well under you. Tell me about the move and then the end result, getting Mailloux.
Well, really how it works is Doug Armstrong and his team with Alexander Steen and everybody that works for them, they come up and then they're, with possibilities to improve the team. And when it gets really close, that's where, Army and I will talk, and I understand. And he just asks me, how do you think this affects the team? And I give him my opinion of how I think it's going to aid us, and some, things that we have to be thoughtful of on the opposite side of it. But, when you work with such a seasoned veteran that is as great as Army is at his job, he's already thought of those things, but he makes it inclusive. And I'm very grateful for that. And I think that the moves we made, you have to give up a good player to get a really good player. And this young Mailloux kid is going to really develop into a fan favorite, in my opinion, because of his brash style with the skill that he has to help us offensively and kill plays defensively. And he's a young man that's really, it's hard to find 6'3" right shot defensemen that can make plays and also be physical. It just doesn't, they don't grow on trees. And when you look at building your team, you always build goaltending, really good D, and then you look at your centers. Unfortunately, wingers, they're really important to your team. But when you look at the overall, how you grow a team and how you become a championship team, wingers become the players that are thought of on championship teams. Usually have two great centers, four really good defensemen, and a really good goaltender. Usually your wingers are scoring wingers, and we have an abundance of that. So that was an area that we felt we could part with someone. Unfortunately, it was Goldie, who was a great blue for us.
And how about Pius Suter, who comes in after scoring 25 goals, and I don't think people paid attention, to maybe people aren't watching that many Vancouver games. I started looking at the numbers. I'm like, that's one less than Holloway scored. That's more than Thomas and Shen. I think maybe people are sleeping on that signing a little bit. Tell us about what you got in Suter.
Well, again, it goes back to being strong down the middle. We have 5 players on our roster that I'm comfortable playing at center with, where last year it was 4. And now we have a couple of wingers that are good at it too, in Holloway and Buchnevich. So it makes it really flexible about how you can mix and match lines. But Pius Suter in particular is a high-end hockey IQ player, offensively and defensively. He was the number. I spoke with Rick Tocchet, who coached him last year, and he goes, he was our best penalty killer, and they were number 3 in the league, and our penalty kill wasn't. We were in the bottom, I think, 8 in the league in the regular season, and then in the playoffs, we fared a lot better. But that's still an area of growth, and you talk about closing out games at 6. He's going to be out there for us. So he just makes us better offensively and defensively.
After picking up these new guys, are you excited to get back at it again, or do you still need another month or two to kind of unwind after a season?
Well, I can't say mentally I'm refreshed. I'm ready to go. But I do want to enjoy some time with my family. My kids just got out of school 2 weeks ago. So go on a couple of family trips is great. And the players, most importantly, it so that they're at top physical condition when they hit camp, because they've done their progression of how they increase their speed, power, and agility, and they combine that with how they increase their hockey reps as the season approaches.
I'm curious, Monty, with the late arrival of Jimmy Snuggerud, but then the level he played at, has he kind of jumped ahead of maybe where you guys even thought he would be going into next year?
Well, having spoken to a lot of other coaches in the league, they realize how good Jimmy Snuggerud can be just because of how much we use him. And he earned that. We don't hand out 17 minutes of ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs unless we think you're going to help us win. And he did that. And it's exciting about how he's going to progress into this year. But I just caution Blues fans, he's going to be really good for us. But this is his first year going from playing 36 games in a regular season to 82. There's going to be some lulls just because the grind is different on his body and his mind. And that's going to be an adjustment. But he is going to be a really good Blue for a long time.
Is there anyone else beyond Snuggerud or Dvorsky we should be keeping our eye on? Someone else that might be close to cracking the team?
Well, Dvorsky obviously is a player that it's just a matter of time. But we have, I was really impressed with the collection of young players we had at development camp last week. And that's not including Dvorsky, Stenberg, Kaskamaki, and a couple of other players that played really well in Springfield last year that are on the cusp. And then you have a bunch of players like Stancil. I'm forgetting the one young man's name that had a great year last year. But you have Lidstein and Juracek and another young defenseman coming. So our future is bright, not only for right now, but also how we're going to grow as a group over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you hopping on the show with us. Been a busy week and a half for the Blues, and Army said, hey, I'll see you guys in September. But you never know. Never know. You never say never, right? That the offseason still rolls on. Maybe something else will happen. But for now, I know your fan base is fired up, and that home winning streak is still alive going into next year.
I didn't think of that. That's a great way to end it with a positive comment like that. I love it.
All right, Coach. Thanks so much.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Monty, Jim Montgomery, and somebody pointed out right away when he said Highway 40, that's when you know he's local. He did say that driving
Otherwise,
down
it's
Highway
64, yeah.
Driving down Highway 40, because you forget, played for the Blues, 93-94 season. I love that connection to the past. Chaser has mentioned it, that among the people who would come by and see him when he was in the hospital, Monty would stop by like once a week, just kind of hang out and tell stories. Clearly a connection to the old school Blues. And then, Doug, I ended on a positive note.
You sure
there.
did. Nice going.
Gosh, they do have a winning streak. I think it's 15 if you include the playoffs. We can probably even look that up at some point. We can probably ask Chairman Kurt why he was in jail overnight eating a bologna sandwich.
We never got to that, did we?
We have a lot to still unpack.
And I have some surprise audio for you at some point, Martin.
You're going to enjoy
it's
this
a you know, you do the surprise guest line.
Yeah.
I've got surprise audio.
Surprise audio still to come. It's the morning after. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna and Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
St. Louis has a local gem in Dents Express. Family owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love, these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, and then they just take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located right in West County. You can call them at 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050, or just swing by and let them know that we sent you their way. Tell Gray that we sent you their way on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
Doug, is this a banger?
No, this is not a banger.
Is there a theme? Was it a banger? Okay, I'm sorry. I just asked Doug.
When I was driving back home from Michigan. I just put my Apple Music on shuffle. So My Morning Jacket came on. I was like, man, I forgot how much I enjoy these guys.
Doug needs a morning jacket.
Yeah,
we've established that.
The band's called My Morning Jacket.
Okay.
Where's Doug's morning jacket? As cold as it can be in this. Why don't you have a morning jacket, Doug?
Well, it's warmed up now. Now it's not so bad.
Okay. Is there a theme, Jackson? Is this just a banger?
Just kind of a banger, and I guess I fell ass backwards into Doug needing a morning jacket, so that works.
See, it all ties together. Huh. Guys, my favorite thing about Monty is that he has a bench swag. You look at other coaches, they seem antsy. He's just standing there with all the swag in the world. That's from the last MySpace user. Bench swag.
He's always felt like the perfect fit for me as a coach of the Blues. It was just comfortable like it was meant to be.
That's why the battery-operated boyfriend said, love Monty. He's a true Blue bleeder. Mm-hmm. Loves the Blues. Thanks to Coach Montgomery. Hopping on the show. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email of the day coming your way in the next hour. That's the morning after. And I pulled a pest as I couldn't remember the email.
Yeah.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air, longest-running sponsor on TMA. And they've been around for more than a century. So for all your heating and cooling needs year-round, one website, that's designairservice.com. Great service team. It's been voted one of the best places to work. So everybody working there enjoys being there, and you get a quality product without somebody trying to sell you something that you don't need. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation now. Family business. He makes sure they work with their staff. Hey, we're not trying to sell people things. We're trying to fix their furnace, fix their air conditioning, get a little stressed out when that doesn't work. They don't want the added stress of being upsold something you don't need. So they work with the team on that. Great service, great results. We love hearing from our listeners who have used Design Air. Set up your appointment, tune up, whatever it is. Go online to designairservice.com. Phone line's busy. Chairman Kurt answering the Collier and Thompson phone lines, but we're also going to have some fun with audio here in the 9 o'clock hour. A lot of Where's Tim is still coming up.
For sure.
He'll be back on Monday, Doug.
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday.
Oh, no, another day. Another one.
No.
Oh.
Well, I love you guys like brothers. Having said that, I'd rather drink 4 liters of colonoscopy prep every day for the rest of my life or listen to TMA without Timmy Leprechaun. No hesitation, I would take the diarrhea every day to get me to Timmy.
Oh, God.
Is that stuff as bad as it seems?
No. It used to be horrible, but now it's not bad at all.
Really?
That was from your mom's lesbian lover.
But you're still on the toilet for the better part of the day, right?
It'll clear you out.
I can imagine.
It'll clear you out.
Is that a refreshing feeling afterwards to be totally empty like that?
Not
but
so
then you
much.
get so hungry that you just kind of put it all right back on.
Yeah. Seems like it wouldn't be great.
It's not horrible.
Right.
You can get through it.
And it's important to do, so.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That the positives of doing it far outweigh the negative side of it.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing.
Sure.
People exaggerate how horrible it is. It's not that bad, really.
Right.
Hey, Martin, when is Billy Devaney scheduled to come on this week? That's from Big Tuft. Billy Devaney. Where is Billy Devaney? Former GM of the Rams. I would say that he is not in the Rolodex.
Probably not. He's been gone a while now.
Where is Billy Devaney? Where are they now? Billy Devaney.
He went to like CBS Sports Network. Not that he really. That was part of a debacle era there with Spags and Devaney combining.
He was, as of 2023, before this team folded, the general manager of the New Jersey Generals, which was a USFL team, I believe, when the UFL was created, the mix of the XFL and the USFL, the Generals folded. So that was what he was up to.
There's your Billy Devaney answer. I actually left my morning jacket at Doug's house last night. Dougie, do you mind if I pick that up tonight after our date at Grassi's? That's from Uncle Terry.
Sounds like a pretty good day.
I wouldn't mind going to Grassi's. Little lunch, little salad. Great pick with my morning jacket, Jackson. And this is a serious text. Great song.
Thank you.
Because most of the texts are mean or sarcastic.
I feel like a band like My Morning Jacket would be right in a good portion of our listeners' wheelhouse. You know,
we'll take your morning jacket text.
Really popular in like mid-aughts to mid-teens. They made an album this year, so still working, but.
Morning, boys. You guys are doing great. I can't imagine losing a coworker like Tim and still having to go to work. Love you and Doug. Touch me. That's Buzz.
Okay,
Buzz.
knock it off, Buzz.
Oh man,
Losing. He's on vacation. We
didn't lose
He's
Tim.
on a trip.
He'll be back. Weather forecast calls for drizzly all night. Well, there's rain in the forecast throughout the week. It's kind of like spotty showers.
Yeah.
Cards and
It's the
Nats
summer.
kick off their series with Sonny Gray on the mound, so he's going to get to pitch twice, Tuesday and Sunday. So he'll get the Nats and the Braves. Kind of makes sense. Your best pitcher, right? Arguably. Is going to get 2 starts in these final 6. Not sure why he didn't pitch against the Cubs. I guess maybe we'll get some overall rotation clarity potentially today at the ballpark. They don't have to make an Erick Fedde decision yet. He's not scheduled to pitch till this weekend, but Miles Michaelis is on the docket for Thursday. We also have surprise. Is this surprise audio? Is this going to happen here, Jackson? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, Chairman found a great poll. Chairman, I'll let you introduce this audio.
So this is going back 39 years, Martin. The year was 1986. The Bay City Bombers and the Midwest Pioneers had just clashed in the Roller Derby Cup. I forget the name. And a younger Rich Gould was there on the sideline to talk about it with some of the combatants.
Oh,
here's the audio.
Great.
After 3 weeks of the Silver Cup tournament, we are deadlocked, each team winning one and losing one. The Midwest Pioneers were in the driver's seat until the Bay Bombers knocked them off, Nick, and it fell apart for you with about 4 minutes left.
Well, I thought we had a heck of a chance to beat them in the first half there. We had gotten up 7 points. I think they were a little bit lucky. We got a bit disorganized. You know, I hate to make a lot of excuses. It's a good team. I think my team is a better team.
Wait a minute now. Who's lucky?
I think the Bombers were lucky to beat us. I really do.
A couple here that will agree that the Bombers were lucky. Jan Vallow and Sherry Eric, co-captains. You thought they were lucky, too, to come from behind and win, huh?
You know, it's one thing, Bombers, but it's another thing to fight the referees on top of it. Those guys need glasses. They called a terrible game out there tonight.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was, because they had me sitting in the jammers, in the penalty box, and it's supposed to be 60 seconds. I put in my 60 seconds. They made the guy start with 4. They should have been 5. That's what I was hot about. They don't even know what they're calling out there.
Co-captain, what do you think?
Well, if they make a mistake out there, they can't rectify the jam later. That mistake is done. It's over with. We don't get a chance to go back if we make a mistake and say, hey, we got to do this play over. Why should the referees get a chance?
But you're all 1-1, so everybody's even.
That's like kissing your brother.
A variation of kissing your sister, right?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not happy.
Thank you all very much for coming by after such a discouraging loss to the world champion Bay Bombers.
You get knocked over?
That's a nice sound.
What a nice little report.
Why is the first guy interviewed? He sounded like Orson Welles doing War of the Worlds.
Was that the coach, I guess? And it's all scripted. And they act like it's... Refs are killing us.
You could tell that Rich had a script there he was following.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for coming by after such a devastating loss. You were mad. You were angry.
Great find, Chairman. That was great.
Wow.
You were hot.
And there's video of that, too?
Yeah, the video that accompanies it is even better because you can kind of get a feel for what maybe the roller derbians of the mid-'80s looked like.
I was looking up trying to find some video. Did Rich have a mustache in this video?
No, he looked young and spry and hairless as a porpoise.
Spry and hairless?
He's had mustaches over the years.
Has he? Okay.
Ooh, she was hot in my best Doug Vaughn voice. That's from Doug's Bunion.
Boy, I did have a bunion. And I was hot about that.
And you had the shoes that were too tight, and then you took 3 weeks off of work?
Well, I didn't take any time off work, I don't think. Maybe that one day to go to the doctor.
Chairman, love how you can hear that reel spinning on the Uncle Rich clip.
I like that, too.
The other guy is lucky Rich didn't smoke him in the kisser.
You were hot, weren't you?
That was from Dale in Grubville.
That voice sounds like you, Martin, doing an impression. Rich Gould.
It sounds like Uncle Rich. It's definitely a little higher pitch, a little faster pace.
Yeah, younger.
No, the voice is a little slower. I'm a little mad about my pool. They're calling now, but I won't answer because you boys are nice enough to call me. I saw my morning jacket in Dillon, Colorado. Man, they were fantastic.
Martin, you've probably been to a lot of concerts. What's your favorite concert venue?
Concert venue? Oh, my. Summerfest in Milwaukee is a great outdoor amphitheater.
Yeah, I hear that's awesome.
Seen a lot of shows there. Tom Petty comes to mind. Mellencamp. I like a good outdoor amphitheater. That one's on Lake Michigan, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I've been to Red Rocks just like to visit. I've never been to a show there.
Got it.
Back in the day, Mississippi Nights in that cozy little environment.
That's where my parents met.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the show?
My dad or mom will text me here any moment and tell me. I'm not positive, but I know it was a Mississippi Nights.
Text in Team Burkett.
Yeah.
What was the show? Yeah, back in the day. Doug, favorite venue for a concert?
Well, I haven't been to many outside of St. Louis, so I'm not good on that.
Okay. We'll take your favorite venues. Cards predictions for the next 6 games.
Trade proposals. McGreevy sightings.
McGreevy sightings. Yeah, I'm serious about that on Highway 55. If I'm him, I'm just hedging my bets. What's that? Stoney's in Perryville. That's a great sausage company.
Right. You just hang out there and wait.
Yeah. When they call, this is really convenient because I'm right down the street.
Are we ever going to get to the baloney violation that Chairman Kurtz committed that led her in jail? What did you do?
Why were you in jail eating a bologna sandwich?
Well, in my younger years, I was a little bit more of a P-boy, Doug.
A rapscallion?
Yeah.
What's a P-boy?
Got into trouble?
Yeah, a little more of a party boy.
Party boy, okay.
This was, I'm 40 now. This was when I was 20. This was half a lifetime ago.
Sure.
But I went to a Halloween party.
20 years over 500.
Yeah.
20 years over.
That's the title of this segment. But I went to a Halloween party in college. I was dressed as Mario.
Oh, you've told me this story.
And I'm a sweaty, hairy gentleman.
No.
You were hot, weren't you?
And I couldn't get the mustache to stick to my face, so I rubber cemented it to my upper lip.
Oh, God.
Rubber cement?
Yeah, that's the only way I could get it to stick.
How about tape?
Tape wasn't going to do it. I was too sweaty. But I was overserved, and
I love that phrase. I love it.
Well, and by I overserved myself.
Okay. I've been overserved at home a lot. I'm not really sure who to pin it on.
I love that phrase.
But I woke up in county lockup, not really quite sure why I was there.
Really?
Yeah.
Even all these years later, you didn't get to the bottom of it?
No, I know. I found out a couple hours later.
Well, let's have it.
Okay. Well, it feels like we're avoiding the...
Well, there's some things left. We get it, but regardless,
it was out. Alcohol is it can be a dangerous mistress, Doug.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but the mugshot.
I've never actually seen the mugshot.
But you woke up with the mustache on, right?
No, I think they confiscated my shoelaces and the gloves and the mustache.
Ripped it off.
I was wearing the overalls and had the glove. I had the full get up.
I hope that mugshot has you with the mustache.
If you
Mario and the gloves.
If we can find Uncle Rich doing roller derby in 1986, we could probably find KG's.
So if you work for
mugshot.
St. Louis County and you've got access to records, this was in October of 2005.
Doug, was it October of 2005?
I don't know what date.
White Sox.
Must have been a pretty serious infraction to wind up in the Gray Bar Hotel.
Is there any
sponsored?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of unserious things that could get you in there.
Did you learn your lesson?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Kinda.
Still on your record if you apply for a job or?
No, I
can't imagine.
I believe the good thing was I was at an age where it was able to, after a clean period.
It's been expunged.
I have been expunged.
Okay. Well, that's good.
But I would like to see that mugshot now.
I really hope that they would let you have kept the mustache and everything on.
And the ironic thing was the next morning when I got picked up, the guy that picked me up was the gentleman that was dressed as Luigi the night before. Mm-hmm. So Luigi came in and saved Mario.
Now, when they ripped the mustache off for the mugshot, did some policeman just rip it right off, right, with the rubber cement and everything underneath there?
I don't remember that. That was still kind of hazy at that point.
It was probably better that way.
I came to a little later, but I do remember the bologna sandwich that they gave me in the middle of the night. And I do remember...
Why would they even owe you that? Most people don't eat in the middle of the night.
I don't have the answer for that, but they were passing them out.
Maybe after being overserved, they try and sober you up with bologna sandwiches.
Not bad.
How'd you like to be in the police and have to deal with that on a nightly basis?
Yeah.
People just completely drunk, saying stupid things, doing weird on a nightly basis. You deal with that.
I saw him months later. I was working at Blockbuster at the time, and a familiar-looking gentleman came in, and I didn't say anything to him, but I recognized him as one of the officers from the precinct that evening. And it took everything I had not to just load him up with late fees and not rewinding your movies fees.
Stepdad Gary wants to know, was it the Pujols Lidge night that maybe Chairman just got a little carried away?
Ooh, I'd have to look.
That would have been early.
The dates.
Yeah. I assume this was a Halloween. You weren't just dressing up as Mario for kicks.
Right, Halloween party, yeah.
So it would have been a little later than the
Come on,
Pujols
babe.
Lidge.
Put the bag down.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Got him. Oh.
I think my BAC was at a level that night where they could have tased me and I might not have felt it.
You would have stayed up?
Yeah.
Like Galifianakis
They
in
would
The
have had
Hangover?
to hit me again.
Well, you've probably done a few things wrong in your past if you're recognizing all the police officers in town.
That's the one and only time that I've been in that kind of situation. So I've been a good little boy ever since.
Okay.
And are you sideways with bologna sandwiches ever since?
I didn't like bologna leading up to that,
Okay.
but now I do associate bologna with my night in Clayton.
They give you chips to go with it or anything? Just a plain old dry
I think
bologna
just a
sandwich?
dry bologna sandwich.
Oh. Well, that was good. That's all you deserve for what you did.
Yeah, no, I didn't even
What did you
deserve
do?
that.
He won't tell us.
I know.
I kind of was getting a look from Jackson, like maybe pump the brakes on the details that you're giving. So
Well, I mean, it's your life, brother. You can say whatever you like and share whatever you like, but I understand, giving some details and not maybe giving every detail.
I think I'm going to follow you on this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Started to read a text from Sweet Sweet Kai and then realized I couldn't.
Yeah, he'll get a little vile. Especially
Yeah.
he's newlywed.
Okay, a little saucy here.
Yeah, and
Kai.
he can my father just texted me the show was a Neville Brothers show.
Neville Brothers at Mississippi Nights.
I've got
People
suspension
started-
logio right here if he gets too vile.
Okay. Well, I didn't read it. I showed some restraint.
Good on you, Martin.
And on KG, not sharing all the details.
Right. KG sounded like you might need some legal help in that situation.
Oh.
Our title sponsor, of course, who we just had Andy Crouppen and Brown and Crouppen. Tim's going to tell you a little bit about Brown and Crouppen.
The name of the game is to support the sponsors, and we ask you to support Brown and Crouppen should you need a personal injury attorney. And you're going to want somebody who is local anyway, and Brown and Croupen's been local since its founding here in the St. Louis area in 1979. They just built brand new offices on the Hill, and they are committed to taking care of St. Louisans and TMA listeners. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Tim McKernan checking in. He'll be back next Tuesday, a week away from Tim's return. So please, everyone, pace yourselves with your angst and anxiety here. The morning after, it is TMA brought to you by, as Tim said, Brown and Crouppen. Email of the day, Design Air email of the day coming your way in the 10 o'clock hour. What do you say, Doug? We'll have a little Sadie Hawkins when we come back.
Okay.
And the topic? Who knows?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It'll all be fun. It'll all be decided in the next segment here on TMA. People still requesting name changes, name additions. You can text in all week long. Jackson will change it through Friday of this week. Your text inbox name. Is this a little Wonderwall? Is this a
Neville Brothers?
Oh, I thought I heard.
Well, don't say that like we should all know it.
No, I
just in my ear I heard a little.
Okay.
I thought it was a weird cover of Wonderwall.
No.
I don't believe in anyone. That's what
I think you're saying. Yeah.
Neville Brothers. We'll take your music thoughts, venue thoughts. A lot of people mentioned Alpine Valley, which is outside of Lake Geneva, which is near-ish Milwaukee. Outdoor venue. I like a good outdoor. Doug, you like a good outdoor venue?
Sure. Yeah. I've been to the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater.
It's a good spot, too.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Guys, I just saw McGreevy at the BP on Hampton and Loughborough buying scratchers. There it is. So he's made his way up 55.
Here. Okay.
We'll give you a update on the McGreevy trackers. We follow it all week long here on the Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. Cards, Nats tonight. Miguel Cairo. We were joking about a standing O, and then a few people said, hey, give him some respect. Well, good for Miguel Cairo being the interim manager of the Nationals and a former Cardinal. The question now for the Cardinals, what is the plan here? What is this season of runway with a bunch of older players and then some of the former first-round picks still with a, to-be-determined status, whether you're talking about Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman. Katie Wu was on with BK and Ferrario. Katie Wu from The Athletic. I think she has Cardinals territory. A lot of different outlets. Channel 4, 101. Here's Katie's conversation with them.
I don't think we've seen Erick Fedde make his final start in a Cardinals uniform, but I do not think he should take his last start heading into the All-Star break. That's scheduled for Saturday against the Braves. You have an opportunity to just give Fedde a reset. It's clear he's not just right physically, but mentally too. He said it, and I'll back up a little bit here. Miles Michaels and Erick Fedde have not had good Junes. They did not get off to a good start in July. It's not been good. But and I know fans don't really want to hear this. They have been total professionals about this. They're not hiding away from it. They're embarrassed. I think the word Michaels used to describe his first 3 innings in Chicago was trash. Erick Fedde called it inexcusable. They know that this is not good enough, not close enough. And if the Cardinals now need to have that same energy and make some changes in their rotation, even if it's just to get through the week into the All-Star break, you can skip Fedde's last start. I'm more inclined to throw Michaels out there one more time because it looked like the Cubs had a couple tells in the first 3 innings. And then, he had, not to make this any better than it was, allowed just 1 run over his final 3. So it gives me some sense a little bit that he can just get through one more start. I do not share that same feelings for Fedde right now. You can make a change in your rotation, again, even if it's just to get you to the All-Star break and then have a more serious conversation. But if you're going to do that, Fedde should not take that start. Michael McGreevy should. I understood what the organization was doing in April. It was the right call to protect depth and make sure you had enough production to get to the middle of the season. They are in the middle of the season. It no longer makes sense to do so. You have to win these games if you are going to hinge your deadline plans on them and publicly state them as such. I don't know what message you're sending to the clubhouse or the fan base if you don't do that. So, no, he should not make his next start on Saturday. You should start McGreevy. Let's see if the Cardinals do that.
What do you need to see from an Erick Fedde for him to get another start? I think that's, to me, I can't go there based on what I've seen unless he's out of the pen a good 5-6 times in a row. And you say, wow.
That's what it would take.
Yeah. I mean,
several good relief appearances.
You can't just go to the All-Star break and say, well, he's worked on some stuff, guys.
Yeah.
Trust us.
Right. Like people forget.
We got this.
People forgot.
If he gives you several good relief appearances in a row, maybe keep him right there.
Right.
I mean, they use these guys every game.
Absolutely.
The relievers.
Yeah.
Right. I just think the idea, I get it. They probably don't want to DFA him because they think you may need a pitcher here or there, and maybe we can get him back on track. So before we just say, get lost, let's see if we can fix what we once had. But I can't be in any hurry. To me, what Katie is saying, which sometimes could be an indication of what the team, she's there every day, is sort of leaning towards, is let's just hit pause for a second, then we'll get them back out there. I'm like, that you cannot be in any hurry to see Erick Fedde make another start. And I'm in the same boat with Miles Michaelis. You got to skip this start. And I don't care if Steven Matz is not stretched out yet. I don't care if you don't really want to throw Graceffo out there. I can't throw Michaelis out there Even if he pitches well on Thursday, I stand by this comment. You're trying desperately to stay in this thing. You got 6 games at home where you have a winning record, a good record at home. You got a chance to make a little noise against the Nats and Braves. I can't just throw him out there. And what's the strategy? It's hope.
Right.
It's hope that it's better.
I think it's a prime opportunity for a piggyback start.
Just get creative.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Don't just say, well, we think he'll be okay. And he might. And then they can say, see, we knew it. But I just don't think you have that luxury right now to roll a guy like Miles Michaelis out there and just fingers crossed that he doesn't get lit up by the Nats. I don't understand that. You're trying to win as many games as you can. It's the same reason we get upset about McGreevy not being here. And the quote, and I don't think it was in the audio form. I've not seen it like a TV clip or a radio clip. But John Mozeliak met with reporters Friday at Wrigley and said, McGreevy's a big league pitcher. We just don't have a spot for him.
Yeah, I read that.
And I think it just made people crazy, which I understand. Like, if he's a big league pitcher, you find a spot.
Right.
Well, we don't want him doing what Swanson's doing or Swanson's doing. If he's a big league pitcher, he needs to be here.
I think what he's saying is we have 2 guys in our starting rotation that are signed and making a lot of money, and we can't do anything with them.
And you think of other sports, Craig Berube says to Alexander Steen, okay, you're going to the 4th line. Sorry. He didn't want to. He's a proud veteran guy. But if you say to Fedde, before you go to Wrigley for the weekend, we're probably going to shove you in the bullpen. Or can you help us out here with a, tight calf, fake injury?
Right.
Find a way to not make that start. It's the big leagues. You can do it. You can come up with a better option.
Right. And Doug, you just operating let's say it is exactly that. Makes too much money, and so we got to play him, which we kind of all know is what is the kind of the case. And we talked earlier about the different standards held Blues and Cardinals. And a texter, who's not the only person I've ever heard talk about this, talking about the transparency of Doug Armstrong versus the Cardinals front office. If the Cardinals were to say, you know what, these guys make a lot of money, so we're going to give them as many opportunities as we can. Do you think fans would appreciate that, or do you think they would still be upset about because we talk about transparency?
No, I think the fans would be upset about it. The fans want to see him win regardless of who's out there.
Right. I'm saying if the Cardinals were to come out and say that, that would be transparency. No? But do you think
What
fans...
about the contract, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So what are we going to do? We're paying him a bunch of money?
Right.
No, nobody would want to hear that.
No one would hear that. That's all I'm saying. We talk about
embarrass the player, too.
Right. So when we talk
I think
about...
it's transparency, but it also has to make sense. So if Armstrong gets credit for transparency, but it also kind of makes sense.
Right.
So you can't just be extremely candid and open, but you say, wait a minute. That's a terrible idea. It still has to be a reasonably good idea.
Right.
For the transparency to have value.
And like Doug said, you can't just publicly embarrass a player like that.
No, you don't do that.
No.
Now, this surprises me from the 618. McGreevy is no better than the other 2 useless pitchers we have now. That surprises me that someone would have that take. His last start was not great. Mm-hmm. The majority of his starts at the big league level have been very impressive. And yet he is usually jettisoned back. Jackson says either on a private plane or on a bus. One of there's no in between.
Whichever one's available.
He's hitchhiking. Hitchhiking from Busch Stadium back to Memphis.
The private plane's in use, so here we sent you a $28 bus ticket to St. Louis.
Well, if it was completely fair, if it was some place where money wasn't the issue, you'd give him the same chances that you're giving Fedde and Michaelis.
Right.
But you don't because of the contracts. And that's why he doesn't get the chances that the other guys.
Yeah, but I think the reason the McGreevy thing sticks out so much, and it's not because he's been pretty good when he's been here. It's that he's a first-round pick for a team desperate to use their own prospects, desperate for them to succeed at the big league level, saying we're going younger, and he's turning 25 today, so he's not a little kid anymore. So all of these things just fly right in the face of what you've been told, other than, okay, Fedde's a veteran guy. We don't want to, I guess, you don't want to hurt his feelings. When you pitched him Sunday, everyone in the world knew, ooh, this may not go well, based on everything you had seen. Given up 14 runs in the 2 starts before that. So I think the slow nature of change with this franchise is what drives people, among the many things.
Right, and you have to have a young pitcher pan out and be... you have Palante, but you need a guy like McGreevy or somebody, because you can't just every offseason sign a guy for 1 year and a team option for $10 million. You talk about misusing money, spending that much money on pitching for guys in their mid-30s who are probably over the hill is getting a little frustrating, I think, for fans. They want to see a young pitcher come up and, homegrown and be effective.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I do feel bad now where if McGreevy doesn't come up and pitch like Bob Gibson, like, see, you clowns wanted him, if he struggles at all, and it still won't be the point.
No.
Even if he doesn't pitch well, he's the one who should be getting those opportunities, even if it doesn't go well.
Yeah.
Because he's a first-round pick.
Yeah, and
because
you
he's
have
not
to
a
develop
kid.
young pitching because even mediocre starting pitchers on the free agent market demand big money.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're paying $11 million for Steven Matz, It's not nothing. It's a good amount of money.
And you could even say, okay, one of you guys gets, flip a coin. One of you guys gets on the fake IL. Tight.
They have to flip a coin?
Yeah, they get.
Can they do this while they're on the bus?
One of you gets a fake IL. The other one we're just going to skip, and you're in the pen for a day or two. We're getting close to the break. Matt, you're starting Thursday. Miles, you're in the pen. Fedde, you got the what do we? You got a little bit of an impingement in your right index finger. There you go. Done. Okay.
I think it would make sense maybe to put both of them in the pen because you use the bullpen every night, and some of the guys that are trotting out there now aren't getting anybody out either. So if you're locked into paying these contracts, you may as well see if you can get an inning or two out of these guys. Maybe they'd be much better if they pitched to where they just had to get 4 or 5 outs instead of 6 or 7 innings worth of starting pitching. Maybe they'd be a lot better.
Who would have great perspective and will have great perspective on this because our guest tomorrow, a little vertical tease, Adam Wainwright.
Oh, I thought you were going to play a Tim. I thought you were sucking up to Tim even though he's not here.
No, although I respect that. Adam Wainwright on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. So I think he would have great perspective on pitching a veteran guy over pitching younger guys
and what it's like to struggle. And as the pitcher,
right.
And this is where you can't blame, at times, you don't blame the pitcher because they'll tell you, I figured something out. And you've heard Wainwright, when he was struggling at times, he'd say, I know exactly what went wrong.
Yep.
The player always thinks, not always, most times, thinks they've got it figured out. It's up to the management group, front office, manager, to say, no. God bless you. Great idea. You thought you fixed it. Sorry, you're still not starting on Thursday. Even though you think you fixed it or figured it out, it's incumbent on those people to come in and say, you're not getting that start. So
with the trade deadline coming up, I'm sure a lot of fans would say, well, let's just trade Fedde and Michaelis. But there's no market for them right now. There's probably a limited market for Arenado, who's making a fortune, and now he's had a couple of injuries. Contreras doesn't have to go anywhere if he doesn't want to go. Same with Sonny Gray. So the guys, if they do make any trades, the guys likely to go are guys you probably haven't thought of yet. The Newt Bars, the Burlesons, the guys that are young, don't make a lot of money, have some value, upside value for other teams. If they make a trade, they're likely to be guys you really don't want to get rid of.
Yeah, Hampson.
Can we launch a pitcher into the sun yet? LOL. That's from the average size Shabongas, who's not the person who I believe coined the phrase initially, who said, clarified yesterday that it was about Nick Leddy, I believe.
Oh, really?
Before there was Fedde, there was Leddy being launched into the sun. Active text line here. You can always be part of the show at 399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can always podcast. Go back if you missed it. We had Jim Montgomery, the Blues coach. Really interesting how much he is connected to the franchise. Says he even drives by the old arena on Highway 40 and gets a little nostalgic. The podcast brought to you by the Schaefer Door Company. You can also watch this show. We got studio cameras here, which I'm reminded of every time you just take a sip or scratch your head. Like, that was just on TV. The Airlines team, studio cameras, YouTube chat up and running. Doug, what are they saying in the YouTube chat?
Well, I can hardly see it. I got this speaker in the way, and
Longshanks. Martin must not have done his code of business conduct training this year. I don't know what that means.
It says Mo built his career on the back of Luno.
Luno picks.
Okay.
There is a theory. I'm trying to remember who brought this theory up. That when Luno left, which was after 11, I think right after 11, that some of the picks that had been in place, if you subscribe to that theory, that the drafts and what they had built would be good for the next few years. They'd get you to about, 14 to 15. And that is about when things sort of dropped off.
Yeah.
And where is Jeff Luno now? I think he's running a soccer team.
Is he?
I know that
But
James
Mazalak doesn't really do the drafting. He might have the final say, but he doesn't have time to go out and see all these college players and high school players. He's got his staff that does that and make the recommendations.
Right. You'd still say it's on his watch, but he's not the director of scouting. It's like when the Nats fired their GM, Mike Rizzo. Everybody said, oh, my God, it's almost the draft. Well, he's not running that
and they have
department.
the number one pick. Like, they've been on the clock for some time now.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of know what's going on. They also know what's going on at James Carlton. That's our guy, Jim Carlton. And Tim's going to tell you about our friend, James Carlton.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves is my insurance agent and has been now for more than 6 years. And I am so thrilled that I got to know James and started working with him. And I'm telling you, if you do the same, you are going to feel the same. There is a difference between James Carlton and his team at the State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves and a large number of insurance agents. And I know. I understand. You're thinking two things. Oh, they're all the same, and you're just doing a commercial. I understand that. And then you're thinking, I just don't really want to go through the hassle of having to email or call my insurance agent and saying I'm making the switch. And I understand both those things. But I'm telling you, it's worth it. They'll do all the paperwork for you, and now you're working with the best. And when you need an insurance agent, when you need your insurance, you are then grateful that you are working with the best. I don't even think anything of it anymore. If anything, I borderline look forward to it because it's so easy. It's so refreshing. Make the switch. You'll be happy you did. CarltonInsurance.net or call. You're going to talk to somebody right there in the office right now at 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
All right, great Cardinal conversation there, and we'll dig in. You never know what's on deck because sometimes we clear the deck, 10 o'clock hour. We've got the Design Air email of the day. I think, are there still tickets on the
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to be giving away tickets to.
Are we doing pickleball?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be the largest attended pickleball event. That's the way it's being promoted, I believe.
101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. Hosted by the hometown St. Louis Shock, this event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. And 101 listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. Find all the details and the bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Those will be the prizes for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
It is TMA, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Washington Nationals at 6:45 p.m. here in St. Louis. Sonny Gray now pitching, not Andre Palante, Sonny Gray tonight for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? College football theme coming back.
Had that Jeremiah Love in studio.
Oh, yeah?
On the 2 Fox last night. Notre Dame running back, 17 touchdowns last year, projected first-round pick. I said, what was it like being at Notre Dame when you on the sidelines? Joe Montana's there, Joe Theismann and Tim Brown and Jerome Bettis. He said, yeah, my dad kind of told me who they all were.
Oh, gosh.
No clue.
I suppose you start talking about Joe Montana. That's ancient history.
Joe Theismann.
Playing in the late 70s.
Gosh,
yeah.
Friend of the show, but great kid. And at Notre Dame, looking forward to college football. And with that, Jackson brings us back. Not a banger, but a tie-in with the list. Ranking college football's 100 best rivalries. Who earned the top spot? This is on the dossier, the Stiefel dossier. I'm not going to click on it because I don't want to know the list. Only Jackson has seen the list. Where is it from?
So this is from The Athletic, and it was by Scott Docterman. Scott Docterman.
Okay.
Wrote this list.
Scotty D.
The top 100 college football rivalries.
Oh, gosh.
So, Doug, we're going to have you guess the top 5 because you love a guessing game.
I do. I'd say Ohio State, Michigan, probably 1.
That is number 1, but we'll get to that in a moment.
Oh.
First, I want you to guess where in the top 100 Kansas and Missouri lies. For some help, it's sandwiched in between Harvard, Yale, and Michigan, Notre Dame, if that gives you any help.
Okay, so it's maybe
the top 100.
It's maybe 20-ish.
Incredible. 19. Good. Look at Doug.
Okay.
Absolutely. Missouri, Kansas, number 19.
Yeah, it's a football rivalry.
They haven't even played the last
I was
many
going to say,
years.
that's honestly pretty legit ranking for what most of the country's not thinking about with football.
One of them, even without, ever since the move to the SEC, still one of the most played rivalry games. I mean, not by a crazy amount.
You're saying?
Yeah, 120 total meetings.
Probably for years and years. Let me just try and throw one and just try and see if I can place it.
Okay.
So Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Wisconsin, Minnesota is number 10.
I was going to say it's a 10 to 15 kind of thing.
That is number 10.
Okay.
So I'll just say anywhere, top 10.
Can we guess number 1?
Doug nailed it. Ohio State is the number 1.
I'll say 2, Auburn, Alabama.
Nailed it. The Iron Bowl is number 2.
See, now it's fallen off, but back at USC, UCLA was a big thing.
USC is in the top 10, but their opponent is not UCLA.
Notre Dame?
Yep, Doug nailed it. That's number 5. 95 total meetings between
Texas A&M?
Texas A&M is number 15.
What about Texas, Oklahoma?
Yeah,
that is
River Robbery.
That is number 3. Good guess there, Chairman.
How about Georgia, Florida?
Florida.
Largest cocktail party.
Largest outdoor cocktail party is number 12.
Oh
Lord, I would have thought.
Is this all Division I?
Yes, sir.
So,
I believe. I mean, certainly in the top 20.
Did you mention the Army-Navy game on there or no?
Army-Navy, number 4.
Oh, okay.
So we have the top 4. We have the top 5. We have the top 5.
Recap the 5.
So the 5, USC, Notre Dame. You guys want to guess who leads that series all time?
Notre Dame
by a wide margin. Army, Navy leads that also by 8 games. Oklahoma, Texas, the Red River rivalry is number 3.
But Oklahoma leads that.
Texas leads it actually by 13 wins. Auburn, Alabama, the Iron Bowl. Alabama leads that 51-37. And then Michigan, Ohio State, with Michigan with a 10-win lead over the Buckeyes.
Is that Mizzou's only appearance on the list?
That is, yes, I believe.
No Battle Line Trophy.
I don't think Missouri, Arkansas gets the people going. I mean, just for like reference, Alabama, Georgia is ranked number 50
Wow.
But that's because they only have 74
what's
meetings.
100?
Yeah, what's getting way up at the top of it? Two teams that have never played before.
Oh, I'm sorry. Arkansas, Missouri is number 98, baby.
Number 98.
Thank you.
100. LSU, Mississippi State.
What about Cal, Stanford? The big game.
Cal, Stanford.
Not in the top 20?
So there's no real way to search this, so I'm just going to
well, it's not in the top 20.
Stanford, California, or are you talking about Cal? Are you talking Cal, Stanford?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
you repeated the same thing.
The big game.
Well,
California versus Stanford.
The Cal Golden Bears versus the Cardinal.
Yes.
That's number 29.
Okay.
Oh,
thank you.
Didn't get a lot of love.
That was awfully confusing.
It was.
it?
Well, it's because they had it flipped. They said
Jackson Dakota
Listen,
ring over here.
a lot of the others are probably state rivalries, like Michigan State.
I was going to say
Oklahoma
Michigan State's
State.
probably on there.
I was going to say
16.
Apple Cup, Washington State.
Washington State.
Gosh, are we going to go through all 100 of these?
That's number 30.
Okay.
Right above Stanford and Cal.
I would say just keep your eyes trained between 10 and 20. And if we don't guess it, then don't worry about it. Don't look it up. So Ohio State, Penn State.
Yep, that is in the top. That's number 8. That's number 8.
Whose opinion is this? Who's
Scott Doctorman?
Oh, that's right, Doctor.
Scotty D.
Egg Bowl.
Egg Bowl. That is, of course, Ole Miss in Alabama.
Mississippi State.
That's what I meant to say. And that's number 23.
Okay.
Now, the only one you guys haven't gotten the top 10 is an interstate rivalry.
Interstate.
Well, they all would be unless they're playing another.
I'm intra.
Same
state. Intra. All right, easy there. Semantics.
How about Tennessee and Vanderbilt?
No.
Darn it.
Florida, Miami, Florida State.
Florida State.
Florida State.
Okay.
Florida State.
Florida State. Okay. That was an intra.
Right.
And Notre Dame and Michigan used to play a lot.
Notre Dame and Michigan, you said? That's number 18.
Thank you.
Right above Kansas, Missouri.
And who's playing for the old brown boot?
What's that rivalry?
I don't know. Is there one, the old brown boot?
The old oaken buckets in there. Is Illinois on that list anywhere?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Northwestern? Illinois Northwestern?
Is that the biggest rivalry? That's number 70. Illinois Northwestern is number 70.
That's right.
Illinois only leads that series by 3, which is kind of surprising.
In case you were wondering. How many do you think we've mentioned between 11 and 20?
You guys have gotten most
of them.
Yeah.
What's missing? To your trained eye over there, you look like you're straining. This is a lot of auditing on the fly.
Hey, listen, this is what I signed up for. You guys mentioned USC, UCLA. That's number 14. You guys mentioned Texas A&M. That was 15. Auburn, Georgia is 17. Okay. Harvard, Yale, I mentioned at 20. Washington, Oregon at 21. But not the Big Ten and SEC are obviously well represented, but so is the West Coast teams. I feel like,
but only in this one fella's mind.
Doctorman, I don't know. That top 5 is pretty unassailable, don't you think?
Don't say unassailable to me ever again.
I mean, the top 5 of USC, Notre Dame, Army, Navy, the Red River rivalry, which is that's had to mess up sportscasters for years.
Red River,
yeah, that's tough.
Auburn, Alabama, and Michigan, Ohio State. I mean, it's pretty tough to argue that.
I didn't even know there was a Red River for a long time, and why would they be fighting over that?
Right. But those are like the better. Geez, that Red River really messed me up. Those are the better rivalry games when it has like some serious historic background. Like Michigan, Ohio State has serious historic background. Same with Kansas, Missouri. Not in football terms, but in like war. It's. I find that stuff a little more appealing than like
You're still upset over this whole bleeding Kansas thing?
No, but I like that it's entrenched in tradition.
Yeah.
Ensconced even.
Oh, careful with these words.
The Festus Fluffer says SEMO SIUE has to be number 1.
Not seeing that on the list.
Old Brown Boot, not on there. List not fair. It's between Missouri State and Central Arkansas. More Springfield news to follow from the Springfield Mud Tosser.
There is a Division III rivalry at number 90, Mount Union and UW Whitewater.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And they've only played 12 times, so I have to
He's
question.
He's making stuff up that we don't need made up.
I have to question it because that's like far and away the least amount of games. Williams and Amherst, Doug, 93.
Okay.
It looks like it's played at a park.
Would you need a stadium for that?
Doesn't. In 2007, Williams campus hosted ESPN's College Game Day, a first for Division III.
Williams is one of the more prestigious private schools in the country, actually.
These teams first met in 1884. So, and then in '94 they just have all of the MAC, just the entire MAC conference as number 94.
We don't need his list anymore. He's run out of things. He didn't need to go to 100. He just needed to do like top 20 or so.
Danny Beefcake with a great question. Is Missouri UMass ranked? The great UMass
Not yet.
Mizzou.
Not yet.
Well, what about foliage? Is that a different list? Top foliage games?
I'd have you go all Northeast. Anything else?
I was kidding. But
wrong.
It's okay.
All right.
Yeah. Doug's Bunyan said Miami FSU. That's what I thought, but it was Florida State.
Yeah.
Oh, they used to have some great games. Miami, Florida State, and the Bobby Bowden, Howard Stellenberger, Jimmy Johnson eras.
Painter guy. See you guys tomorrow. Think he's got jury duty?
Maybe. Probably already be there, I'd have to imagine.
College sports talk, huh?
Yeah, we're like 6 weeks away from college football.
Can't wait.
You want like segment 8 on the Cardinals pitching? Like, come on now. This is a good article.
Alternate ideas what to do with Fedde when we come back. If you don't ship him to the sun, then what? That's next here on TMA. Oh, it's a banger. Welcome back. 10:32 coming up on email of the day at the end of this segment, end of this half-hour slot.
Yeah.
We'll call it. Design Air email of the day. You get those in by writing. Somebody did remind Buck Swope earlier that they wanted some quality over quantity. They were concerned that Buck Swopes were getting a bit wordy. I didn't say it. I would never say
No,
that.
kind of long.
Somebody texted in, hey, quick heads up, Buck. Tighten it up a little bit. We've got the email today. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That's the email you can fire off. We'll get to those later in this half hour. If you missed it, Jim Montgomery on the show. Uncle Rich, a true delight. His pool landed from the sky. He's sideways with the insurance company. He's sideways with his tax people. He wanted to name all of them. If you missed it, you can always go back and find it on the TMA podcast. Tim is out, but he's still here.
Yeah, telling us about mentality.
If you're dealing with low energy and low motivation, fatigue, you're tired all the time, weight gain or muscle loss, especially belly fat, you might want to check out Mentality because those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, and muscle can strengthen. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Doug, Wyoming, Colorado State is the Browns' boot.
The bronze boot?
That's what it says.
I thought that was
the
the
soccer. I know.
yes.
This is according to the text
Don't
line, which
steal
is
our
undefeated.
boot.
Wyoming, Colorado State. Now I got to go look that up. Georgia Southern, Appalachian State, not on the list. That Jackson, well, it could be. There's 100 of them, right?
Yeah, there was 100. I mean, again, all of the
And it's according to who, Doug?
Just one guy's list.
Doctorman.
If I come up with a list at some radio station and somewhere else in the country, got to read all 100 like we just did with.
Only one way to find out. You're going to have to do it.
Okay.
You're going to have to rank 100. Wyoming, Colorado
Send me
State.
a copy of this guy's list and I'll change
rearrange a couple.
Yeah.
Wyoming, Colorado State was 69th.
The old bronze boot.
116 total meetings.
All right.
Duke, North Carolina.
Way up there.
Clemson, USC.
Army, Navy
South
should
Carolina.
probably be number one. You can't beat that.
Michigan, Ohio State.
Yes.
I mean, from like a patriotic, sentimental state, absolutely.
Well,
but
they've been playing each other forever, too.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. So the first meeting of Army, Navy, Doug, you want to take a guess on that year?
Oh, 1920.
No.
Well, sorry. When was it?
1890.
1890.
It was a bit Frances.
Okay.
No.
And then Michigan, Ohio State, 1897.
You can launch off-season football filler topics into the sun. It's from
Filler?
Thanks. Thanks from Thanks, Dad. I actually enjoyed that list. Fun little talk. Get you thinking about the fall. Get you thinking about college football.
Is this odd to you? Miami, Florida State ranked 7, but their first meeting was in 1951. You're
That
Mr.
it's
Miami,
more-
Doug.
that it's more recent,
Like
you
all of
mean?
these start in
Because
the,
they had several decades there where they were the premier teams in the country. How many people alive today remember that first game back in 51?
Just you, I guess.
I wasn't there.
Florida State also first meeting was in 1958.
Well, there again, they're premier teams now. And
But
so
yeah.
most college football fans still alive remember that as a great rivalry.
No, I'm not saying it was the last time. It was just like all these teams started in like 1900, started playing each other, except like the Florida schools, like just relatively recently. 70 years, but in terms of grand scheme of
Those
things.
are some rough early years of college football. Players would die playing.
Oh, God.
That's what started the NCAA, was started to try to bring some protection to players in college football.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
With the email of the day, with Jackson's list, with bangers. We'll come back with all of the above. It is the morning after, taking up to 11 o'clock. BK and Ferrario, followed by the Fast Lane right here on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in downtown St. Louis way back then, 1890, and the company's still on the same street today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. So it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Closing out some of these tabs, including roller derby. Paul DeJong's back in town, Doug. How about that? Playing for the Washington Nationals.
Huh.
Carved out a nice little career. He was here parts of 2017 to 2023.
Very nice guy. He'd be the go-to guy for interviews. If things
Super
went bad
polite.
and you couldn't find anybody to talk to, he'd be the guy.
Highly intelligent.
Highly intelligent. I was trying to figure out what was it. It wasn't like a nuclear physicist, but it was like
he did like
astrophysics.
some
maybe?
commercial where he would be
Like in the gear, the professors get up.
yeah,
or the
safety
lab,
goggles.
Lab.
Yeah.
He majored in biomed and pre-med.
There it is.
Probably not a popular major for baseball players.
I'm going to go down there today and walk around and ask everybody what their major
There's
was.
been a few
in
doctors.
college.
Doc Medich.
Yeah.
Doc Ellis.
Doc Gooden.
He experimented with chemistry.
I'm talking real doctors.
Shaquille
Not just
O'Neal.
nickname Doc.
Doc Rivers.
I want to say that the Pirates second baseman, the Yankees second baseman, all those great
Richardson?
teams. Bobby Richardson, he might have gone on to be a doctor.
Oh, years later, you're saying?
Yeah.
Dr. Jerry Punch covered motorsports for years.
Field of Dreams. Wasn't Moonlight Graham a doctor?
That's a good
Yeah.
question.
Moonlight Graham.
But he was a real guy, too.
Yeah, for sure.
You mean in real life?
Moonlight Graham.
Yeah.
What all-time nickname?
There's not
Moonlight Graham.
There's not a lot of baseball players, if you can just get 5 or 6 years, that need to be a doctor, need to go through 8 years of schooling to get that done.
I'm sitting on $120 million, but I think I'm going to go through 10 years of medical school.
Right. And spend a ton of money to do that.
Right.
Paulie D got hit in the face. Was it this year? And he broke his nose. Got
Really?
hit in the face, came back, played again.
I think it'd be so hard to be the same hitter after you get hit in the face.
Oh.
To hang in there.
Giancarlo Stanton kind of ushered in like the Bluetooth helmet because of him getting hit in the face.
There's been a lot. I remember Dickie Thon got it real bad. Paul Blair going way back.
I think it'd be tough when you're a pitcher. Someone that happened last night. The pitcher got doinked off his head. Like if you get hit once as a pitcher, I feel like you'd have like some recoil.
Yeah.
You know?
Are there any pitchers wearing those safety helmets anymore?
I don't know. You don't notice
I remember
it.
There's one. I can't remember.
Remember when Mike Matheny got hit in the face and just dropped the bat and walked back to the dugout? Toughest guy in the world.
Blood just shooting everywhere. I think he ran down to first. He was like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
They always have the
patch it up.
The stat of the guy who got struck by lightning during a game and then came back into the game and finished.
That's when you're short on pitching,
I'd say.
We'll take your hit by pitch stories. There was somebody Jason Hayward, when the Cardinals signed him, Whitey Herzog was doing an interview. I don't know if it was radio or TV, but he said, why not the same hitter now since he got hit? And he said, you watch him, he'll bail out on those pitches that are coming inside.
Yeah.
And then you start watching, like, this guy's 84 years old, and he's like, he nailed it. The Cardinals went and got Hayward, and Whitey was concerned that he wasn't the great player he was in Atlanta because he'd been hit.
Right.
And the more you watch, you're like, I'll be damned, this Whitey.
He nailed that too. Remember, Tony Conigliaro was going to be a huge star with the Red Sox. I think he may have led the American League in home runs when he was like 20, 21 years old. He got hit right in the eye, and he was never the same player.
Yeah. It's terrible.
You couldn't help but have the yips a little bit
Absolutely.
hanging in there.
At least for a couple months afterwards.
Yeah.
You know.
Because it's not like it's just an injury that, I'll shake that off in a week and a half, I'll be okay. It could be life-threatening.
Absolutely.
Bryce Harper got hammered in the face here in St. Louis. Was that Genesis Cabrera who hit him?
That sounds
And then I
right.
think Harper was like, after the game, dude, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I remember
He was totally
that.
cool about it.
Yeah.
I think it was Cabrera.
Well, because he's a guy who's been hit before.
Ray Chapman was killed, but with a hit by pitch.
Oh, God.
Going way back.
What about Herb Score?
I think Jack Chesborough hit him on the head.
Do you remember that? Was that Jack Chesborough?
Jack Chesborough.
Well, I don't remember it either. I just remember reading about it.
Dead ball era?
Chesborough was like a 40-game winner. He was one of the best pitchers in the league.
That was a bad pun that I did not intend on. I was quite literally referencing the dead ball era. I did not mean to say.
the dead ball
it was
era.
time off. It was unintentional, truly. I wouldn't call attention to it.
Insensitive. What about Juan Encarnacion getting hit by the line drive
yeah.
in the batting
God,
cage?
that was
Aaron Miles was that bat on
that
that
ended
one?
his career too, didn't it? He was
hit in the eye.
I always wonder why they stand so darn close.
Well, they changed it. Well, I know they changed it in Little League where you can only warm up, like be in the batter's circle behind the batter. So if they're right-handed, you have to maybe walk
I've
around.
seen some of that, as it should be.
Absolutely. Majors, they don't do that.
Or at least have to wear a helmet with a face shield on it if you're on deck.
Cage or something.
Yeah.
Play the announcers getting hit from the 3-4.
Have you seen some of the old film of the the still photographer standing right outside the batter's box getting pictures of Babe Ruth and everything.
While the
I wonder how
game's
many
being
of them
played.
got drilled. They must have dragged them off like cordwood.
That's why there was always 20 of them. Next.
3-2, swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! Ow! It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So what?
Doug
gets me
loves
every
it.
time.
You love hearing other people's pain. Speaking of, we've got the email of the day coming up. Designer email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We've got some tickets to the STL Pickleball event that's next week at Shea Fitz. And also you have the pride of walking around all day saying, yeah, that's right. I won email of the day. We keep the monthly standings. Doug, you like a good standings.
I don't mind it.
Could this be correct? How many days have we had? Salty Ball Dad, Joey V. Lemming, Dalton, and Buck Swope each with a win apiece. I guess that's right because we only had, what?
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
well, we went
Thursday?
to July 3rd was Thursday, so that'd be 3 days.
I'm not arguing.
there.
I'm just double checking.
No, I'm just we're doing the math on there.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of last week.
Monday of
4.
Yeah.
We've got a dead heat right now. Let's see who comes out on top. That's next on TMA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Heads up on the floor, boys. The Cardinals and Nationals are playing tonight, 6:45 p.m. Sonny Gray on the mound. Bang. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. All right, folks, welcome back. TMA final segment, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in just a moment. Speaking of Design Air, Tim on vacation, but he still wants to tell us about our friends at Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is the longest running sponsor on the Morning After. The program has been on for 21 years now, and Design Air Heating and Cooling has been with us for half of the running time of TMA, and we are very grateful for their support. And not only are we grateful for their support, we are clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. We've gotten to know Seth Goldcamp, and we've gotten to know many members of the Design Air Heating and Cooling team because they come to our homes and work on our heating and cooling systems as well. The key thing that Seth Goldcamp, who is fourth generation with Design Air Heating and Cooling, he wants you to know is this. When you call them, when you have an issue, or you go online at designairservice.com, you are not going to be upsold. They're going to fix it, and they're going to earn your business through trust. That's what you can count on with Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
All right. Giving away some Major League Pickleball tickets. That's the prize for today's email of the day. And let's get it rolling, Doug.
Okay.
Some highlights from today. Bologna, head cheese, hairy tongue, the progressively more disgusting yet somewhat edible meat talk. Doug even read is the definition of bologna. Next time, don't forget some discussion around Rocky Mountain oysters, please. Let's make sure we discuss the finest cuts. Also, Andy Crouppen has amazing hair. 30 minutes with Uncle Rich really tickled my fancy. Some lowlights for today. Why the hell can we not see Chairman Kurt? Some words Doug didn't like. Ensconced, unassailable, fleece. Pick up your game, Doug. God, we need Tim back ASAP. That's from Jake in St. Genevieve.
Jake in St. Genevieve.
Hello, all. This week has already been rough so far. I'm reading verbatim. This week has already been rough so far this week without Tim, that's poor grammar, in his glorious seat. Yesterday was disappointing, but I was positive going into the B team could pull out a dub like a broken-winged redbird. I was dead wrong. The second segment of the day is, of course, Pestis from Festus. My God, it would have been more merciful to have been the deer getting trapped in the pool with a cover over it and drowned. How many times a day does Tim, in his perfect voice, repeat the email address? How many episodes on YouTube are saved on the channel? I'd be all of them. Being blind doesn't give you an excuse to waste the listener's time because you can't be resourceful. Be better, Festus, and the bleach is under the sink. B team, I expect better because Tim worked his perfectly shaped butt off to make this show what it is. Doug, before you try, no, I'm suspending and tariffing you. That's from Average Size Shaboingas.
Be better,
Festus. Average Size Shaboingas.
Oh, no.
I'm going to hit you with a reciprocal tariff and raise it 10%. You, sir, are now facing a 20% tariff, and a letter has been put in your file.
Does Doug just pause them, and then they don't have them?
Yeah, exactly. And finally, friends, today we mourn the tragic departure of a brave soul, a man who summoned the courage to log into Reddit anonymously, navigate to a low-traffic fan subreddit, and publicly declare, "It finally happened. I'm no longer listening to the show." Not since Iggy announced he was no longer playing Normandy Golf Course for free to restore his integrity right before going back to playing for free because caller Ellen said he should, has a man made such a seismic stand against the status quo. In this case, a free-form sports-adjacent morning program featuring fart jokes, appliance repair talk, and remotes held in the tampon aisle in the QT off Mid-Rivers Mall. Not since Iggy left the fan page to prove he didn't care about Facebook right before rejoining because Cam said he should, has a man been so morally unwavering and ridiculed principled. This noble warrior, exiled from the hollow digital halls of TMA, has chosen to take his talents to silence. A silence so deafening, it echoes like Hadley's name at Kilcoyne dinner party. Let us all take a moment to reflect on what we lost. An anonymous hillbilly with 47 total comments across 7 accounts with a wide open morning full of hating on something he no longer cares about. You may be gone, brave one, but your announcement, liked by 3, upvoted by 2, live on our hearts. May your mornings now be free of inside jokes you never understood. Sent from Dalton's Palm Pilot on the Cricket Wireless prepaid. Bill overdue. Remit payment today or your service will be turned off. It's Dalton.
Dalton got a little wordy,
vibe there.
I had already written down Buck Swope as who.
Buck Swope didn't enter.
I thought that was Buck
Although
Swope.
Dalton.
I'm a sucker for a good recap. It tells me you've been listening throughout, and you also have a little bit of humor with it. Although the Festus with the deer, I'm going to go Jake and send Jen.
I'm going average size Sheboygas.
Oh, no,
so
Kurt.
Chairman and Speaker of the House, you get to decide who wins today.
Dalton.
Dalton has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's going to do it for us today, boys.
Great job, buddy.
Great job across the board. BK and Ferrario coming up next. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.